improvements, that kind of thing. This is the chance for the public to give us that kind of input, and if they know, if we're proposing a right in, right out at a given location, and that's going to cause an issue, that's good information for us to have and incorporate, evaluate, and we'll back out in the middle of next year to basically share, here's what we think is the right solution in each of these locations. And it might be a relatively complex solution at one location, and maybe a smaller, simpler version at another, depending on the traffic volumes and different things like that. So it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution. We're going to do our best to balance access, but also improve safety. So that's been the main focus of those meetings. I think one of your questions was update on Bixby Parkway and how's it tie into 23 Connect. So we do have that included, basically understanding that a future connection could be made north of Delaware, but our plans are not reliant upon that. So basically we're saying, hey, we can accommodate that. We're looking, planning ahead, like many locations along the corridor, there are potential improvements, developments, making sure that we are flexible and can deal with that going forward.
So is there any communication with either the county or the city in regards to Bixby and where it would go and the likelihood of it?
Not really on those topics, but we do talk with them to understand what kind of things could be on the menu. I think I don't want to speak for the county, but I know they recently opened the roundabout with 521 in front of their new combined campus. And if I'm correct, I can look to Doug too. I think the next step is to build the connection from Bowtown Road south to US 36. So I think any future connections farther to the west are a little bit farther in the future.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Well, in the future, but is it planned?
I don't think we have that kind of detail about kind of the county's project. So.
I mean, it is planned. It's just that there hasn't been anything done beyond just, some conceptual things as far as potential alignments, nothing beyond that to the west.
So the concern that I have, I don't know if this is appropriate time to discuss that about Bixby specifically.
Yeah, we don't have it on the agenda anywhere else.
Okay, so the concern that I have is the amount of traffic that is likely to happen in two different scenarios. One is the work on the point, which is near term, and then the connection of Bixby to Glen Road as it's configured in the near time future, as well as if it goes into 23. Does ODOT have any information in regards to what is going to happen to Glen Road in any of those 3 or 4 scenarios?
I don't think we have any traffic studies in at that point today.
We don't have any specific alignments, sizes, but what we do look at is think about traffic flow or linkages. So will there be some form of a linkage there as a roadway, and trying to, as Tony mentioned, make sure that we're accommodating for that. So at whatever point that would intersect, or could intersect with 23, how does that affect what we're doing? It would be, you'd begin envisioning it, it's north of Pennsylvania Avenue, it's north of the city, in terms of where that would come in. But looking at it again from a planning standpoint, a 20-year projection, you can think about that without needing to know necessarily a specific alignment. I guess I'm trying to get an idea of what your question is.
Well,
is that we're looking that there would be the potential, as Tony said, a future connection there. And then how can we accommodate for that without having our project depend on that connection? Our project can move forward and our study can move forward if that connection doesn't happen. But if it does come forward, we're not precluding that from happening, and at least enabling it to interface with our improvements.
So the concern that I have is those improvements happen, and then Glen Parkway connects to Glen Road, and then we've got a tremendous amount of traffic on Glen Road. Because I know the city looked at making Glen Parkway go loop around a little bit,
For the southeast.
which would go into the Kroger land, and they didn't talk about the Schultz at all, but can do eminent domain, you don't really have to talk to them, but, or the city doesn't have to. But the concern is that that doesn't happen and all that traffic is going to go onto Glen Road, which is Berlin Township. And I don't know what ODOT can or should do about that. That's the long-term concern. The short-term concern that I have is with Point. So more than likely, when that really gets being robustly worked on, people are going to go down Curve Road. So they're going to go Glen to Curve. But the problem is if a semi does that, they can't do that. So they go down Glen Road, they get on Curve Road, and they better not go right because they're going to have a cannon. Okay, but they'll go, they do it now, go down there. When they missed the Kroger, there's a Kroger distribution sign that didn't used to be there, which is very helpful. But what happens is they go down Glen Road, they wind up having to turn left, whether or not they go down to the bridge and say, oh, I got to back up and on a curve, and that's a real mess. But they turn left. So when they come left, which is going east, their original intent was to go west, right? So they're going to want to go north to get back on the 36, 37 so that they can go through the Point like they're going to have to anyway, but they didn't realize it when the traffic was all backed up. But when they turn left onto Curve Road, they're going to go and then want to turn left on Sweeney Road. And that's the problem because Sweeney Road is at an acute angle, and that's where semis get caught in the ditch, and the trailer is still over the railroad tracks, and they can't move. So what we need to do is have a way so the trucks can't turn left on the Sweeney Road, but the township doesn't have the authority to stop that. So is there anything ODOT can do so that trucks are made aware before they get onto Glen Road? So on 36, 37, that they know they better not turn left onto Glen Road because they're going to be in a bind. They can't turn right because the can opener, and if they turn left, they're going to really have to go all the way down to Old State Road, but they don't do that because they want to get back as quickly as possible. So is there any way that ODOT can, and that's oftentimes Kroger, because Kroger uses that road a lot, but it's other people too. Is there anything ODOT can do to keep that scenario from happening?
Follow your question. We always say only sign, state route traffic onto state routes. I think we'll have to look and see if there's any kind of
Yeah, but local
information type
people
signage we can
think,
provide.
yeah, people will think, oh, this is quicker, here's a map, I can go down Curve Road, and they can't. Semi can't. Cars are gonna do it, and we can't stop that, and I realize that, but it's the semis that are gonna cause a problem. And the last time it happened, buses got, because when the semi is over the railroad tracks and a train is coming, the gates go down and the gates won't go back up. And so a school bus, even if they can't cross it so it took hours for that school bus to get where it needed to go.
I follow the question and the train of thought. I think we're gonna have to research what we can legally propose and what kind of signage we could utilize. So I hear you that you're looking for a prohibition on that.
I think outreach to the Kroger distributions, work with them, make sure they're aware.
So I tried that.
One of the things that we also need to strive to do, and the first week's gonna be tough, but once the traffic pattern gets put in place out there, the traffic's, we're working to keep traffic moving. Right now, there is a one lane in each direction pinch point under the railroad bridge. One lane in each direction pinch point's gonna get moved around or extended as we go through construction, but it still is a one lane in each direction pinch point that we have out there. So I think it's just a little bit more so, or a little bit relocated also, and just getting that
If we
expectation.
could somehow get the information to them between the time they turn onto Curve Road and head south, and the GPSs and that sort of thing direct them that way. So they head south. And the next crossroad is at Curve Road, but the road that goes behind the Myers and the shopping center, will bring them back out at the 521 traffic law. If we could somehow or another get them to gain the knowledge that says, hey, I'm in the wrong place.
Low overhead
And make that
clearance or
turn.
something that the constraint,
There-
what the issue is or what the hazard is, I think is what we have to be able to convey.
Or a guide sign back to the 36 or back to 23, those are,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a thought.
But that, usually what they're doing, the truck drivers are, they're driving past, they drive past their exit that would get them out of this mess, thinking that there's gotta be up ahead, there's a way to get to the Kroger distribution center, and there isn't any.
Yeah, the GPS issue is pernicious, it's very difficult, to get the companies to do anything proactively, if it just is, they wanna follow the algorithm and the data they get, and it's almost self-reinforcing is what we found in some situations.
And that has been a problem before. I don't know if it finally got fixed, but a reason they wound up going Glen to Sweeney, Glen to Curve to Sweeney, is that the GPS has farm lane or whatever it is that, you know, how the Kroger distribution center is, and there's a road in front of that, which really isn't a road, but it's like a private driveway, but it's a public road. But the GPS has it go all the way to to Glen Road. So they think they can go, and you can see the fire hydrant where the road would go, but there's no road there. And they wind up going around that and getting stuck on the very least, if we could get no turn on to Sweeney Road, no left turn for semis, cars are no problem, but semis, they just get stuck. That's a soft shoulder and they have to go way into my brother's yard to get onto Sweeney without doing that. But it's a hill and no semi's gonna wanna flip their tractor over doing that, but that's about the only way you can do it.
Sweeney Road load rated at all?
No,
No. Bridge on it.
No bridges or anything?
Yeah.
we've tried.
So you guys understand the conundrum and appreciate, I like what you were saying about some creative problem solving there with signage or something else, but if I'm hearing you correct, the intent is to offload state traffic onto state routes onto state routes. So as long as we can kind of operate within that paradigm and try to keep it off of that township road, which just isn't happening right now.
It's just the impatient driver gets
It's
caught and says,
The
I need
impatient
to-
semi, for which there are many now in this area. So if we can do anything to help mitigate that, and really it's just the semis, correct?
Well, that's the problem.
That's the core of the problem.
The cars are gonna be a problem, and everybody's gonna call and be irritated with us, but there's no change in that.
Yeah.
That's just, but the semis are just.
Dangerous, yeah.
So I'm thinking and see what tools are available to try to address that concern. So,
Thank you, I really appreciate that.
And
Wait,
just an ancillary thing, and I don't know that you have any tool, but the county doesn't, we don't, but the railroad won't fix that crossing anyway. So it's already a problem, let alone the soft shoulder. Now Sweeney Road is officially on 100% on railroad land. And so that's a bit of an issue too, and it's a non-dedicated road, except for the little tiny part that's actually yours.
not right at the end of it.
yeah,
I found, reporting it to PUCO seems to be the most effective way to escalate it, even over the direct appeal to the railroad. I'm not saying that's a tomorrow solution, but that seems to be the way we're guided internally, and we had a similar situation over in Kyleville, over on 161, and I think it's in Union County at that point, but
I hadn't heard that reporting to the PUCO.
I've heard that it's not been overly successful, but if you cite his
But from
name.
0 to 10% success rate.
I'll credit my name to you. much. But the UCO seems to be the appropriate mechanism that we've seen.
Had a little bit more success
Yeah.
than outreach typically.
And I think it's because they're the regulatory
At least
arm
it's a
over them.
safety issue, right? It's a safety issue, you can get some traction there.
Very
It's
good.
just a condition of maintenance, maybe not as much, but it's a safety issue.
And they do tend to bundle their repairs up and down the railroad line. I can recall they did 4 or 5 intersections parallel to 42. And that would have been the CSX line, which I believe is the same one we're talking about. But anyway, they tended to, they followed their workflow, right? What made sense for them.
Part of the problem is getting them to define what is theirs and what is ours, and they won't do that, because I think really they'll find that all of Sweeney Road is theirs, and they're not gonna do that, so they're not responding to us. So their response is no response.
Good, thank you. I mean, not good.
Yes, understood, thank you.
Maybe a good segue since we're talking about the point. As we came in here, they're actually finishing up a pretty significant traffic shift. If you haven't been over there today, they moved the eastbound lanes to actually be on the north side of the road. So now you have 1 lane in each direction, head to head, between the railroad bridge. And it actually tapers back over west of the Meyer signal, east of the 521 signal, if that makes sense. I'm saying it appropriately. So, so next down to 1 lane sooner, we are maintaining a left turn lane at 521. So that should, still keep it passable, having that protected phase, but that will be new, and I'm sure there'll be a learning curve for a week or 2 years. People adjust to the new setup, and that's basically giving them access to work on the south side of the roadway, the original eastbound lanes. And that will be in place, I believe, until May, is what I was told from our construction group. That's a general term at this point. Obviously, they got to get through the work and see what weather's like over the winter. So, and then you're looking at bridge demolition, probably in the first half of next year. You can see where they've done a lot of fill and a lot of foundations for the temporary railroad bridge. So it's moving along. Other construction updates, the bridge over 71, you can see they've been doing some of the work we've talked about, the U-turns being part of maintaining traffic. So in front of the Ronald McDonald statue, that's what that barrier is protecting. They're building a wall to give enough room for vehicles to do a U-turn. Similarly, on the east side of the freeway at Wilson Road, U-turns were already legal there, but we can see we're building additional footprint. It definitely was a little bit tight prior to the project, so it's going to give additional space for a turnaround, or loom is the term that we use. So you can see that moving forward. The bulk of the work again will be next summer. And we'll have more updates on that as we get closer. And not in your township, but I guess that isn't primarily in yours, but also just to the east might affect some of your citizens. Turn lanes at Galena Road and 36. You can see they've done some temporary pavement as you go over towards Sunbury. Again, giving them the opportunity to move traffic around to get at some of the actual permanent work. So, a lot going on 36, but it should all be a good improvement in that important corridor long term. So.
Or the, I don't know if I asked this or not to you, but for the residential hotel development just off of Africa and 3637. The last time you guys visited, the status was they had just submitted the permit. So can you give an update on that?
Is that the one that's triggering the ARPA?
So, we do have it in the permit phase right now, and I know it's wrapping up comments, so I would assume the approval on that should be fairly soon, maybe within the next month. I know we just submitted comments back to them, I think, a couple weeks ago, so it's just a matter of them making some revisions.
Okay, great.
And that would build that right turn and U-turn back for Africa Road. That actually could be a good safety improvement.
It would
in
be
the
a
interim.
huge safety improvement for that intersection, so that's why it was important to ask about that. Even if it's an intermediary until the Sunbury Parkway is fully built out. And then I believe last time you guys were here, you guys had budgets, plans, and is everything kind of on track with the Sunbury Parkway construction as well?
So where we're at with that, we had done some public meetings, I think concurrent with the other our meeting here. Those have been successfully wrapped up, and we're moving into the, continuing our design phase. We have 3 stages of plans, they're into stage 2 now. Actually, we're in front of our funding council, our statewide approval body, for the construction dollars to build a new bridge and to build the first ramp connections and also the connection to Wilson Road on the east side. And
We've also requested funds for property acquisition and even some construction money for the connection all the way over to 3637 at Africa Road. So looking to get those funds lined up, even though that project, we're going to have them running consecutively, but trying to get some fiscal certainty for that next phase that would connect over from essentially what will be the Four Winds, 3Bs and K area around up to existing 3637. So looking to get some of our state-sponsored funding lined up with that. That was also part of the application and request. We're expecting to see a draft list out there on the next month or 2, and there will be a 30-day public comment period, so we'll certainly let you know when that list is posted, if there's anything in there in terms of, interested to get support for that, or how that list comes out. Certainly make sure that that's made available to you. And of course, that's something that MORPC has presented on as part of their, their priorities, and they also help gather comments on these projects as well.
So my level of support depends a great deal on the effect on Sherman Road. I don't know if you've looked at that more or not.
Yeah, remember that being a question last time. That's part of what like Tom kind of led with. They want to have not just build phase A that affects the terminus of Sherman Road, but also build a full connection over to 36, try to keep that momentum going, to keep that duration where people could do that through shorter if possible. We didn't see it come up a ton in our public comment period. I won't say it did come up at all, but it did rise to the numerous comments. We're trying to make sure that we don't just build a new bridge, but also build a connection pretty quickly afterwards, trying to make that happen, recognizing that concern. So, is there anything else to add on that?
No, I think that's, again, some of the existing residents, there were some questions about access, and also a little bit about noise, which is something to be, that we've again addressed with what we would do with our studies there, and some things we could hopefully do with some earthwork and be some design considerations going forward.
And then I think the last part is the business park itself. Thoughts on backer roads, access, et cetera, any updates since our last meeting?
So go ahead, I'll have in here. We've got a draft study in right now from our consultant. Obviously, we've looked at the various volumes from the Berlin Business Park. We kind of broke it up into different zones. So you have the northwest, the southwest, northeast, southeast. We made some assumptions based on volumes, based on those land uses, what conservatively it could be. So those can be refined, but we kind of wanted to go more with the worst case scenario and what that could be. So since then, we've looked at those volumes. We've come up with 3 different scenarios that could potentially be along the corridor. The first scenario would be condensing down to our cut intersection. So Lackey Old State, I know Rollison is a major north-south connector as well. And then North Old State, further east. I know there's a couple sections part of the business park over there as well. So where that lines up, do you use existing North Old State or do you use a new form of connector road there? But our cuts with turn lanes improvements, those are cuts based on the volumes up to, what we say, 85 to 90%. Those would have to be signalized. Now, once we get past that 85 to 90% traffic volumes based on our assumptions, it would trigger a third lane onto 3637, and that would be east of Lackey Old State. So
I'm sorry, third lane, where,
on 3637,
from where to where?
Lackey Old State to the east. So Allen Creek, essentially.
And that would be on both sides?
Yeah. So 1 lane in each direction is totally 6 lanes.
Total 6 lanes.
Yeah.
From Africa, from when you get off to Lackey Old State. And then it would reduce down to 2 lanes? past Black Eagle
That would
State?
be something that,
See, that's where I was thinking to Rolson, because if Rolson becomes a major arterial,
Yes, and where those volumes, I mean, with, Wacky Old State, I think that's majority of where the trigger point was, is where that third lane, additional lane was needed to the east.
but does those studies assume home road connecting to Pyatt Road, connecting to Rolson, Pyatt to
So
Rolson?
the background traffic volumes, yes, they assume growth rates in addition to even some private developments that the city, I know that we know are in the process on 36, 37 as well. So, across from, Meyer and stuff, they have some different things coming.
Well, that's the Bixby problem on Glen Road problem.
But those assumptions, those volumes are assumed in these overall corridor volumes as well. So I'll add on to that. The third concept is, keeping it 4 lanes, so 2 lanes in each direction, but doing connector road type interchanges. And I brought an exhibit, we can kind of use, these are from the 23 Connect, so keep that in mind, but they're good examples, and they've got your archive.
Big fan of exhibits. We're very visual forward, so we love samples.
So your lower left-hand corner there is your arc cuts, and then your connector road interchange is your upper right-hand corner. So you'll see there's a grade separation of whatever your side road is, whether that's Lackey Old State, Wilson Road, or North Old State. That would go up over 36, 37,
most
most
likely.
likely. And then you have 2-way connector roads that connect in with your side road into the grade separation. So you'd essentially, you'd make right-hand turns, and you kind of see kind of a summary there at the top that kind of gives you an overview of how those would work. You can also make U-turns, not necessarily that would be necessary in this situation, but say you're, for instance, at Plunkett Road, and you wanted to go west back towards Delaware, but you're on the south side, you could make a right-hand turn, come up to Lackey Old State, make a right-hand turn on the connector road, come up over the interchange, or over 36, 37, come back down and make a right to go back into
Blowing
Delaware.
my mind right now.
So,
Kind of imagine as you're looking at that one on the left end, say the connector road intersections, you turn it sideways, but think about, we've talked about these parallel connection roads that run parallel to 36, 37. And then those would link you to whether it's Rollison or maybe Old State going over the top. As you're made through, trying to get through, these others would be the ways you would connect to make your left and right turns to and from 36 and 37. But the overpass would get you across 36, 37, and then that parallel road to 36, and then tying into Rollison or Old State, whatever's not as part of the network, could then connect you with an intersection at 36, 37 that's gonna have a lot less traffic.
So if it is Rolson, I think we really ought to get Brown Township involved so that they plan a road that would continue on with Rolson. Lackey Old State, you're dealing with hills, and I don't really see that going into Brown Township, but if it's Rolson Road, it seems like Brown Township should definitely.
Yeah,
Right.
well, and it came up and over, and then it went to Baker.
Yeah, and then into
And
Brown,
then
because that would be their major,
Yeah, that could be a
Road.
major one for Brown.
jumpers over here, but
Conservation area right now, but.
Yeah, I think these are some concepts, and these are applying to what we're having discussions now on 23. And as you look at how we're working through those concepts, the idea being, you can use the R cuts or some version, there's other ways of doing, an R cut with a T intersection that can help provide, again, the connectivity you're looking for if it just stays as a T. But if it becomes the four-legged intersection is when it starts to change what you want to do. So I think that's why we want to have these different concepts available, and then look at how, what traffic is trying to get across 36. And I think that's one of the things we're hoping, again, to keep a good dialogue with the township and the county development people, is what is being planned in some of these areas, so we understand a little better, because the traffic we're talking about, we know is generating for this area. But as you take a closer look and get more specific uses in there, you can say, well, how many of these are gonna wanna get across 36, 37, rather than getting to and from 36, 37.
So-
We're making some assumptions on that right now.
So my thought, having traveled Old State, is that that's getting so backed up that I'm thinking that just like people are avoiding 23 to go into Old State, well, once home goes to Pyatt to Rolison, Pyatt to Rolison, they're gonna use that instead because it's closer to 23. And Old State is already backed up from Orange to Lewis Center Road. I mean, that just, the last time.
They
I
can
looked
serve
at-
two different target audiences.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Well, I mean, I don't really want all that traffic, but I'm just saying that people who are going north and south, that's what they're gonna do. And so that's why I'd rather have Brown funnel it there than taking it to,
Well, and I was thinking North Old State.
well, that's where they would go. They'd go to North Old State, then they would get on to
Uh,
36, 37, come down to Lackey Old State
Mhm.
no, that's where they would go. They wouldn't go to Rolls because it's not closer. But if Brown funnels
Mhm.
it, it's all in their planning, and
I think you hit on the head right there that we are partners and stakeholders here. Transportation is our piece. The land use piece is gonna drive a lot of this, and that's not something that we directly control, and it's not our wheelhouse, right? That's the,
Well, it
The
made a lot
township
of
or the county.
sense, from the business park perspective to have that kind of outlet as well. I mean, it really would, in addition to the car transportation for this, I think looking at opportunities potentially to having multi-use paths along the same route, because that's been a challenge in some of our discussions with just totally cutting off what's to the north. And you think about what they have available at Hogback Park and some of the preservation parks up there. And if there was an easy way to get over 36, 37, I'd even be interested in having a Berlin Township sign branded on the overpass on 36, 37. What do you think about that?
well, I think that would be lovely. Now, the reality is, in order to get across to the 67, because right now, because of Baker Road's alignment, people take Sweeney Road, cross over 36, 37 with their bikes. Pedestrian traffic is not, I
Well,
don't see
it's-
that, but lots, I didn't, until we had this trail thing, I never paid attention to how many
Committee.
bikes go down Sweeney Road. And I thought it was just those group of 20 or 30 that ride together. But every day that I walk that, there's at least one or two that,
My
Like the bike
understanding
lane.
is Sweeney Curve and Daleport are very often utilized from the entire area.
I'm
Not
not sure
just
I want to run curve, but yes. you're right.
But providing safe passage is important too. So just thinking through that and some of those discussions. And then did you have anything, Trustee Lord, on this?
Well, just when I look at the comparison with Route 15, which is 23 up by Penley and that sort of thing, they're building 3 new viaducts on 15, and there's probably 3 or 4 road closures on the 23 through 15 stuff where people can no longer go across and all that sort of thing to make it more limited access. Can any of that thinking carry through to what we've got going on out here on 23?
I think it can in there, as far as overpasses are an option on there, but even up on 15, you don't want to just remove the access, you want to find some other locations so those properties can still
Sure.
find their way to access 20, in this case 36,
But
elsewhere.
what I'm just looking at is there's a lot of money being spent there. And, all of those places are out in the country and they're taking farmland, but they're not, businesses and all the other stuff that's associated with it.
I think the other thing to Tony's point about the land use, and as we again continue to have conversations out here, is you get individual developments coming in and trying to sequence those with what is the long-range plan? What are the long-range connections? Because we're, again, conversations out here, conversations along 23 or even in other counties that we deal with is, everybody wants the access, and they want to come right into their own particular piece, but we have to get to where we're following, and it, it really, no matter how many people say 23 is a disaster, there's a lot of good things we've done there along that corridor, whether it's public roads or private roads built to a county standard that can be used for shared use, not just everybody having their own driveway and access in for their particular parking lot. But those do need to be connected in such a way that we can still traverse through and around these individual developments as they come into place. So I think, again, that's the thing, we want to be strategic about all of these crossings. I think I'm not going to some of the same points you made today.
Yeah, I could not agree more, and appreciate you guys' partnership on this, because I think it's just so important to get it right out of the box so that you're not doing some of the back end stuff. And there's limitations for what ODOT can do, and there's limitations for what the township can do, and there's limitations. But collectively, I think that it's important to understand that we're not, siloed off, that in fact, the community that we're going to be living in the next 20 years and 40 and beyond us is really going to be built out well with you guys' kind expertise and in collaboration and partnership with us as a township. So thank you. Did you have anything, closing thoughts?
No, I appreciate you coming. I'm kind of surprised, but I'm well pleased.
We want to be at the table, and we want to trust the real name. Let's get it right now.
Let's get it right
It's a
now.
critical time.
Trustee Bullard?
And the other, the comment I've got is, what can we do to help? I mean, we're looking to you to lead us, but, to everybody's comment here, we need to have the direction of where we're headed so that we do things that are supportive of you, not just, do things that are less than supportive. Let me put it that way.
I think the number one thing, we definitely want to validate the land uses, that we understand we're shooting at the right target, what's on the menu, so to speak.
Mhm.
If it's all, I'm not saying it's what, strip retail versus Intel site versus housing, those are all wildly different.
Yeah.
As you've heard, we've talked through that, could really change what we want to do with 36 and the access roads. That would be an awful, as we have our plan, let's make sure that that's really honed in, that we have the right land uses, so we're predicting the right amount of traffic and the right movements.
Yeah.
Is that right?
And that your plans and intentions follow along with it, which so far they have. So I think that's good to know. Because what we're really coming out here for parallels to the same conversations we're having along 23. Does this make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does this make sense? We look at so much from the engineering standpoint, what we think people are going to do. We're not going to control everybody. There's still going to be people who want to drive their own way anyway, but does this, for the most part, make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, anything else that you guys had for us tonight?
I think that was it. Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you guys so much for your time. We'll get you on the calendar if you don't mind, or we'll plan to come to you or something like that in a few months. Things develop out. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Take care, have a good night.
You too, take care. How is familiar with all this work?
Some of it I've seen, but some of it they change so fast you can't keep track of it.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, let's move on to approval of the meeting minutes from 10:23.
Make a motion to approve the October 23rd minutes and transfer the reading of same. So
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. I did have a couple of just clarifications that I sent to Claudia, and she sent those to me, and I said they look great. So just want to make certain that gets reflected in the final copy. Please call roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
And that brings us next to road department driveway standards, and with us we have Doug from the county engineer's office,
I'm going
and
to.
Jesse.
So this is what the county standards are as they stand right now. And then here's one. You want a copy of them, Doug? I mean,
If you have.
oh, yeah. I figured that way,
Does he have a copy?
I can make it one real quick. I didn't know we needed. You want me to make
Do
it
you want a
one?
copy? You want to use mine?
You can have mine when I'm done. I just gotta have something to remember. So Ken was talking to me about we need to probably look into adopting some standards. So I printed off what the current county standards are, so that gives us something to go by. We have residential standards pretty much, but we need to look into the commercial standards with what's coming. We got Delco already, and now 3Bs and K, and stuff like that. And then there's some adjustments I would like to make on some of these that I think will be beneficial for us, but I know we can talk through them, and then if they have to go to Tony to get approval, so we can adopt them as actual, make a resolution, adopt them, but I wanted to give you guys a copy of them so you can see what the current practices are.
Well, if we, so that would be one approach. Another approach might be, if you have recommendations, would the county consider incorporating them into their standards? And then our resolution is that we follow the county standards currently, right?
We don't have one yet, that's why we're basically starting.
We've always just used the county standards though,
Yes.
right?
But
There's not a
we haven't
resolution.
adopted them, that's the problem.
Okay, now I see what's going on. Okay.
Yes, because there is something driving this, and that is the, land that was annexed from us to Sunbury. They're wanting to put a drive, my understanding is, through our road right away. So if we don't have any standards, they don't have to do anything. They can do what they want. My thought was, one is I don't want them to do it at all. If they have access to a road that is in Sunbury, I believe they should put it in Sunbury. But I'm not sure that our legal counsel totally agrees with that. So if we don't have a standard, we're in a world of hurt. Now, I'm not sure if these residential properties goes under residence or commercial. So if there's 200 apartments, I don't really know how many, there's more than 200 there.
I don't recall. Vervains, that's another ridge. I don't remember.
But let's say there's 200. Does that go under residential or does that go under commercial because they are residences? But it's obviously not.
It's more than one residence, I would say commercial residence to me would be like single family homes, stuff of that nature.
How about a cabin?
I mean, I guess we could just make the distinguishment of what we projected traffic volume would be to decide what's a residence and what's commercial. I mean, that way you can distinguish and say if it's over this, we assume it's going to be over this many cars, it's going to go to a commercial standard because of our traffic.
So what does the county do on a CAD to a county road?
We have a standard, our engineering standards address CAD driveways. As having, it's just kind of like what Jesse said, Ken, we have a single family residential driveway. And then our CAD driveways need to follow essentially a commercial drive standard.
So do you have 3 standards though, or more than?
Yes, we have 3 or more, but in general, there's 3. There's single family, there's CAD, or, something less than a commercial, CAD-like, and then commercial.
And do you have something different for industrial or heavy industrial?
No, it's industrial are considered commercial as far as, when we look at it, the thickness of the driveway is the same whether it's a commercial or industrial as far as.
So
What
so
we-
it'll handle heavy tankers?
Yeah, that's how it's approached is.
Okay, and so, at what point would you say it's triggered into a commercial?
We don't have like as Jesse mentioned, we don't have like a traffic count or a certain number of cars, but if a project comes in for us to review, and when we would look at it, we would decide, okay, this is the drive that you need to put in.
Okay, so here we are dealing with the city of Sunbury. So how much control do we have in determining the trigger?
Since I'm not your legal counsel, I'll say that up front, but your control is allowing access. Your control is permitting, not so much permitting access, but requiring whatever access they have in that public right of way to meet the standard that you have.
Which is regulating access.
Yeah.
We're regulating it basically.
Okay, so what we need is something to give to Tony, and he, knowing Tony, is gonna wanna know what triggers it. So,
That's why that's why I gave everyone a copy of this, so if we wanted to, if it's something you wanted us all to discuss, or you wanted me and maybe Doug and Ron, or just me, or whoever, to come up with some ideas, and you guys look at those and file off of those. It doesn't matter, however you guys want to do it, but I know that we've
the
got.
process doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that we have a very appropriate access. If we have to, first I want to know that we have to grant it, because my thought is, if they have access to the city, they should do it in the city. That way, their problem is their problem, it's not our problem. And the second thing is, and my thought, and I told Tony this, is I'm not opposed to them getting into 3Bs, okay? Just annex it to where you want it, then you're fine, do whatever you want. But lacking that, I want to make sure that this access is no problem to us or to Berkshire. So, well-
Why are you under the assumption that, I heard you correctly, that we cannot just point blank block the access due to?
because we don't have a resolution that stops it. We have to have a reason to stop that access. We can't just do, because then,
Well, obviously, there's huge maintenance concerns
right,
on
but
the infrastructure of the
but-
road.
what Tony says is if you do it here, you gotta have the same sort of requirements elsewhere in the township.
Okay.
So we need to have, that's my point, we need to have those, because the reality is, we don't want a problem somewhere else in the township either. So, again,
But wouldn't that be, is that a resolution then restricting access, as a result of certain parameters?
Yes. but we have to have that, what those parameters are.
That's different than not restricting access, but putting regulations for what the access looks like.
So we need both.
Yes.
So, Ron, you understand the issue, is that something that, it would be more efficient if one person did it
Yeah,
than
I
all of us do? But time is of the essence, because have they made application to you?
What, the answer to that is they have not now, because they're waiting on direction from us, and I say us, the county and the township, because it's your road and you have the legal ability to issue permit, right-of-way permit. They're looking for guidance and direction from us in order to submit the right-of-way permit.
So, I mean, to me, I don't know if you want to tell them this, but the easiest way is for them to annex that part of the road.
I mean,
They own, I mean, it's their property, they can annex it. Now, it only go to the center of the road, and I understand that. I'm okay with that, you guys are less okay with that.
well, I mean, it's your road, it's the trustee's decision as far as what direction you want to head.
So I think it would make life smoother for them if they just annex it.
Making that recommendation would be good, but in the meantime, we really need 2 resolutions and information therein, which is a resolution to be able to not permit access to township roads based on what criteria. And then if we do allow access to a road, what is the regulatory standard?
Now, the interesting thing here is they have access to 2 roads, and I don't know how this goes into legality, it's 3 parcels that is one, they zoned it for one use, but it's 3 parcels. If you have all 3 parcels, they have access to Africa Road and they have access to 3Bs and K Road. And both of them are in the city of Sunbury. But they want access to 3Bs and K in Berlin Township.
Well, they have our recommendation, which would be the smoothest path. And then I think and it is really a good time to work through this, not just for that parcel, but for the business
all,
park and
yes.
all of the township anyway.
I can
agree.
see some of it even influencing or being, Shanahan has some issues that are similar.
Okay, so can we just say consensus to work with Jesse and Doug on this, or do we?
That's not a problem, I just roll things through my head. One of the questions I've got is, the new road, is that going to be in this area?
Sunbury Parkway, you mean?
Well, you got Sunbury Parkway that's going to the east, but then the road up to 36, 37.
So it splits that apartment complex on the 3 parcels, it splits it actually, and they have a buffer like between units where the Sunbury Parkway will actually cut in between. I've seen the drawings where it actually cuts in between the apartments. So you'll have some on one side of Sunbury Parkway and some on the other once Sunbury Parkway is completed to 37.
So then really they're gonna want 2 accesses, in Berlin Township?
Well, the Sunbury Parkway is in the annexed land for Sunbury.
Eventually it would be all in Sunbury, but until Sunbury Parkway is built, this is the way in and out.
Well, it's in Sunbury, but the road is in
Right, but
Berlin
so,
Township.
no, would Sunbury Parkway be,
But they're not going to get access on the Sunbury Parkway, are they?
yes. On the drawing I saw, there is,
I'm not sure. That would be a
So they're
question.
not going to build these
Well,
apartments until Sunbury Parkway is built? I just don't see that.
no, they're saying future, let me see if I can. pull
No,
up.
I'm saying, are they ever gonna have access they're gonna want 2 accesses into Berlin Township?
But I guess what I was asking is Sunbury Parkway, when it's built, since it's going through that property that's annexed into Sunbury, does that make Sunbury Parkway already Sunbury's?
Oh, yeah.
So that one wouldn't be in Berlin, the only ones that still be in Berlin would either be what's on Africa or what's on 3Bs and K.
Well, Africa is county and,
That's in Berlin.
well, yes, but you would permit,
It would be our jurisdiction to
Yeah.
grant access.
and you can decide, and I don't care. But the 2 accesses on 3Bs and K, I do care about, especially since it's gonna be cul-de-sac.
Well, based on the fact it will be cul-de-sac, and they'll have, as I recall, they'll have an inlet to the apartments vis-a-vis the Sunbury Parkway exit. Is that what you were talking about, Jesse? But then they also still will have the access out onto 36, 37. Because won't the North Point residential, I mean, the way that it's built right now, it has a road back into the ravines.
All I have is on my phone, unfortunately, but, so,
Or is that access gonna be cut off?
I didn't think it.
so this is the ravine, so.
I thought it was a carry through.
3Bs and a K is here, and then if you scroll over, there's where they're talking about the future Sunbury Parkway, and then 2 roads will be split.
Can't see that.
If I'd known, I would print it off, but yeah, it shows the Sunbury, because it shows a connector road now, whenever they start building. Then it shows future Sunbury Parkway cutting that connector road in half.
But according to this, there is no access to this,
There's one on 3Bs.
where? So the drawing is right here.
Right here is 3B's and K Road.
Oh, is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's that one.
Yeah, and then the other one, that's where the split, I'll say, where Sunbury Parkway eventually cut that in half. And then it goes clear over to here. As far as the drawing I have goes. I can print it off and give it to you guys, put it in your mailbox, but that's the only drawing I've been given so far. And the access, it looks like they're going to be.
But I find this unlikely because they can't do anything until Sunbury Parkway is built, really. I mean, they can do this little section.
No, they're going to build a road going clear across.
They can build it, and build the apartment, build the road, build the apartments. The ODOT comes along, builds Sunbury Parkway. And then ODOT's on the hook for making the connection from the western apartments to be able to get out of there. Because what they're doing is cutting the driveway off. You follow on, and then it gets to be maybe 2 accesses to 3B's and K if you can't have access to Sunbury Parkway. But I think ODOT's on the hook for all of that.
Well, that's terribly expensive for ODOT because when you split a property, it's different than some of the other things. So ODOT is going to pay through the nose for that.
Oh, yeah.
Unless they've already got it worked in their plans. I mean, because I know they've already got stuff worked in their plans with RCD.
Yeah, but RCD can't, yeah. Since it's not our money, I'm not really that worried about it, but I am worried about the access. So.
And Sunbury Parkway would be in Sunbury.
Yeah.
It won't be in, I mean, that part, there's gonna be a section of it, a little bit here and there that's gonna be in Berlin Township, but mainly it's gonna be in Sunbury.
Well, if it's in Berlin Township, then we have authority.
But not this piece of property. This piece of property, where it's gonna be in access is of the P Hill property and maybe a little bit on the south end.
Okay, but if it's in Berlin Township, I mean, the part that's on 3B's and K Road, that's our road right away. So we have authority if they build Sunbury Parkway over that.
Correct. That's correct.
So we need to be prepared to get what we want.
Yeah, we gotta understand that. It's a complicated question that I don't know the answers to a whole bunch of things, a whole bunch of questions there. There's a bunch of questions that they could fall into place and be no problem, but more likely there's somebody else has already.
And we probably should coordinate with Berkshire Township on it too.
With who?
Berkshire Township, the part that's in the road right away. The 3B's and K,
Right.
when Sunbury Parkway crosses that, if they don't do it in the city of Sunbury, then we should get involved. But we should, with our road agreement, Berkshire has really a lot to say.
So maybe you guys
We
should
need to
also
talk. We need to
reach
talk
out
about
to
that.
Tyler, their township administrator, to work through that.
So, but I don't want to get my hand, I mean, I want to discuss this all,
Yeah.
but I think one person should be.
Yeah.
I think-
And I am willing to work on it, but I think really,
It should,
I think I'll approach Tyler and let him understand the problem in the long run, and then we work with it from there. But the problem with these specifications, we need to get specifications in place. These are good, but Doug, what road width are we assuming for the road we're connecting to? What I mean is, you've got the driveway coming in here, and it's connecting to a road, and we're assuming, are we assuming a fairly wide road there? Because I'm thinking if you go to, say, Rolson Road, which is barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to get on.
Right.
You know, better for 2 bicycles to pass. Then, and you've got a long truck to get it in there. It's gonna be very difficult to stay within this driveway on a narrow road, coming from a narrow road to this driveway. Is what I'm getting at. If we're assuming some width on it, we need to probably
So, well, I guess what I'd say on that is on the if you go to the residential drive with open ditch, they can be they're set up to be wider than 10 feet. So we could make them have a 40-foot culvert so they could have enough apron to get.
And what that gets to on this one is we gotta make it wider.
Yes.
So
We give a minimum on a residential.
So do we have the authority to, and you guys do, the county does, but do we have the authority to make them widen 3Ps and K? Put a turn lane in and those kinds of things?
As to answer that question, for the particular property you all are discussing tonight, I'm not sure. I would have to go back to our office to see if there was some sort of agreement made or if there was something done. Because it's in the city of Sunbury, it makes it a complicated question to answer.
It's in the city of Sunbury, but the road isn't in the
Right.
city of Sunbury. So my question though is, in general,
Yeah.
do we have the authority to require a turn lane or to widen the road?
If the traffic study would require that, the answer would be yes, as a condition of the right-of-way permit being
How many
approved.
apartments are we talking about?
So we need to have that in the language of our permit, whether or not this triggers it or not, we need it so that if it's someplace else.
It's just,
Yeah. But here's also a thought that I have, is that even if we have incomplete information, it's better to get some standards in here so that some standards are complied with if they meet this quickly. And then we can revise it later, because if the county's changing their standards as well.
they can ask for deviation and all that sort of stuff. And we can revise the plan in the long run.
Yes.
Yeah, but we right now do not have a standard in place.
Right, so I'd rather get something in there knowing that we're going to need to revise it.
And this has got some issues. If we need to. do it right away-
744 dwelling units.
If we need to do it right away, it would probably be better to go ahead and make this a standard, and then recognize that we're probably going to need to revise it, but at least we have a standard in place that we could do a revision to, whenever we need to.
So and I don't think that that's a terrible idea, but I generally don't like the idea of, because I do think that perfect is the enemy of good enough. But my concern with that is if you guys think that you can turn something around quickly in the next couple of weeks to a month, I don't want to alleviate that pressure of the need to have something and then not address what needs to get addressed with the urgency and the timeliness that it needs to be addressed with, because we have something in place as a stopgap. I prefer to just, in the next 2 weeks, plow away and get resolution language that empowers us to, based on certain criteria, deny access. That's the first resolution. And then second, work on this in the next 2 weeks, get it to what Jesse thinks that it should be and what you think it should be. And then we just pass that in a couple weeks, you know?
I'm not in disagreement with that.
But if we think we need a lot more time to develop that, then we can adopt this standard. And I'm not opposed to that either. I just don't want us to pull off the gas on this and then end up with just a county standard.
Let's take a look at the calendar. If the developer applies for a driveway permit, we don't have any standards, so he can run with it right now.
Right.
Today. Okay, if we adopt this, he has to at least do this much on it. Okay, if we come up with a revision that makes it better for him and all that sort of stuff, he can take advantage of it, but at least he has to do this.
I'd be okay with passing a resolution or voting on a resolution favorably if I had an assurance that we would have some time window over the next 2 to 3 weeks that this is truly a 1 month solution. This is not a 2-year solution or we don't need to address it solution.
I agree, but this is, I don't want to put a deadline on when this one has to go away. What I want to put this one in and say that it's there, period. And then we revise it, just like we do with our zoning text or anything else.
You know, and I understand.
Does that make sense?
I trustee, Megan, I hear the urgency and I agree with that. It's just that I'm not sure in 2 to 3 weeks that there's going to be enough time for Ron and Jesse and I to get through something that is a good quality, solid, stands on good solid ground and meets all of your needs.
Sure.
We can go to the revision 1, and then we'll hit revision 3, it's gonna be something.
And I hear,
Yeah.
none of us want it to languish
Yeah,
at all, and that's not the intent. I just want to caution that there might be a little bit more thinking that processing that would take longer than 2 to 3 weeks to nail down.
that's,
Really be something that we're all happy
We're agreeing on all of that. I agree with that. I think you should.
I would be in favor of putting a time limit in on this, if for no other reason than having a check.
So you're saying a
But-
sunset. I love sunset.
You're a fan of sunsets, but I will defer to you to bring forward a motion, and then if you're willing to not have a sunset on it, obviously that's
That makes sense.
what you
Yeah,
guys.
I have a couple of questions that I don't know the answer to. The driveway they're wanting, is this just a construction driveway? Is this a permanent? Because eventually that's going to be a road going in and out. Is this a construction driveway so they can build it? What type of, if they're wanting just a temporary driveway, we don't have to make this a.
Understood. Do you know the answer?
I don't know the answer to that.
'Cause
My assumption is, typical development, they're ready to go and they want to step on the gas and get moving. So, we don't differentiate a whole lot when we look at plans, whether it's a permanent or a construction drive. I've gotten burned well enough that let's just make the assumption it's a permanent and make them do that.
That makes
Because
sense,
we-
because what I also sense is that the understanding is Sunbury Parkway is going to be built, and then that will alleviate the amount of traffic that's in there. But that's not something that should be assumed, because there will be 744 units that are going to dump onto here until that happens. And so the assumption should be that 744,
Right.
because if the funding doesn't happen, I think
I
it'll
guess-
happen.
What I'm thinking is maybe go back to them and see if this is where the road in and out's going to be. If it's just going to be a construction drive, put the provision in their permit as such, this is a temporary drive and they have to remove it, or if not, we will remove it, assess their taxes, blah, blah, blah. And then, because if it's not going where the road is going, we're really fighting over nothing because it's going to be temporary.
I don't know that we can, in this case, assess, well, it's still in the township.
We have to put something in writing, even if it's through Tony, saying that, make sure they understand this is a temporary drive, if that's what it is. But if it's not, we have to do something different, but I don't know if this is where the road is going.
But, and I understand what you're saying, but I think I would agree with
The
Doug.
difficulty is that, in a situation like this is that the development's in Sunbury, so none of us look at it. We didn't do our engineering review like if it were in the township, so we don't know, is it temporary, is it permanent? Because if we review the plan, we would approve a temporary drive access. And here it is, it's gonna be on the plan, it's gonna be right here. They have to do a certain requirements for that, and then, okay, our permanent is 100 feet away from that. Okay, well, let's make sure that's correct. So that's our challenge, is that we're asking questions of each other that none of us really know the answer.
Yeah, and
That
here's
makes it hard.
an ancillary question. So let's say, they do annex it to build the driveway. Okay, so is there a requirement that, so many feet from the city that they can't, have an impact on the road? So let's say it meets their standard in their city part, but it wouldn't meet our standard, if it was there for the part that's outside of it. And what drives me to that question is what happened at the corner of Armstrong and Curve. Because the city wanted to do something there, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Mhm.
And that property owner isn't in the city and he wouldn't sell it, so they had to put those stop signs there, which is not what the city wanted. They wanted something else there, which I don't know what it
Yeah,
is.
I don't know what that.
But, whatever it was that they wanted to do, they couldn't do because it was outside of the city. So here, if there's an area that wouldn't meet county standards on the driveway, you know, needing a turn lane perhaps. And the city says, somebody says, oh, you don't have to in the city, but the county would say you would, and it would have extended beyond what is the area that was annexed. Does the township or the county have the authority to say you can't put that in there that impacts outside of the city?
It's a good question, Ken. I think it'd be more, we'd have to work between the township and the prosecutor's office to kind of flush out the details of
I
that.
don't
I'm
see
not-
how we could have understanding in that regard, though.
It might have a safety thing, so there might be something with that. And, the hammer could be the county,
I mean, maybe the
that has
county,
other
yeah.
problems that they won't solve with the, because the city's gonna want that area to be coordinated with the county and ODOT. If somebody puts a fly in the ointment, then the city will listen more than in other areas where they wouldn't have
I agree with that. I guess the question I have to clarify what's going through my mind is that if the board's direction is to deny access or have them.
to. Well, deny it if it's legal, and they can put it in their own area, or they can annex it. So it's not like we're stopping them from
Right,
developing.
that direction needs, that communication needs to be back to the engineer that's reached out to us as corporately, our office and you guys to kind of,
Okay,
Get a
so they
response
reached out
back.
to you guys on this already,
Yeah.
and you've been in contact with them about this?
So I've talked to them some, and then once some concerns were brought, I deferred it to the county just because of, and
Have you talked to the city of Sunbury at all about it?
I've talked to one person over there, but they just deferred me to the engineer,
Which engineer?
the one that is at
the
nine.
design engineer.
The design.
For the project.
Okay, so, I mean, I think the big thing is that it's not just denying on one project, it's for me, it would be establishing standards for access generally. And having the ability to say, you don't meet our standard to be able to provide access. And I don't know what that would be, so that would be the conversation with the prosecutor's office.
I'm gonna do that partially.
Okay,
Here, though, they're taking advantage of us. They're taking our road, but not giving us the taxes for the usage of the road. And so I think they should annex it and deny the, access because they have the ability. It's not like they can't annex it, they're just choosing not to annex it and stick us with their traffic problem.
yeah, but that would be, so I've reversed that ordering. So you're not going to stick us with your traffic problem. So guess what? A parameter for you having access to our road is that we not get stuck with the traffic problem as defined by X, Y, and Z. Your project doesn't meet that, so sorry, you can either annex and get what you want, or you can comply, but you can't comply because, right? So we come to the same endpoint. I think that we have, I
I'm
have,
okay with that.
yeah, indirect recommendation there. As for the questions, Jesse, for this specific project, I also just think it's good to continue the work, because I would like to, I'm surprised that we haven't adopted these standards. Have we been using them for years and just never adopted them?
Best I can find.
Okay, so,
And there's some other things that have come up in the short time I've been here. I'd like to, if we're going to do this, I'd like to make a few revisions. I've talked to Doug about a couple, making a few revisions and stuff. And the other one that we need to think about, and it'll more on you three, how you want to handle it, is we've had 4 driveways since I've been here that have gotten poured without an inspection. And we don't have a lack of a better term, a disciplinary clause on what to do with those that have been completed without inspection beforehand.
So what does the prosecutor's office say that we can do?
I can't talk to them unless you. allow me.
Okay, so why don't we have a couple motions then, if you're okay with that, Trustee Bullard? Talk about give Jesse permission to work with the prosecutor's office on access for driveways as well as enforceability related to residential driveways that aren't confirmed to be in compliance at the time of completion. Is that right?
Yeah.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
yes.
Okay, so then now you have permission to talk to the prosecutors, and then,
Now, I make a motion that we adopt the Delaware County Engineers Office standards for residential driveway approach and sidewalk as defined in drawing DCED R2201A dated August 9th, 2021. And residential driveway approach open ditch, file number DCED-R2202 dated 1/04/2010, and utilizing standards as defined by the Delaware County Engineers Office for notes, which includes notes, specifications, and any standards as defined on the drawings. So moved.
Second.
moved by Trustee Bullard, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Discussion.
Do we want to add the commercial ones in there too, or do you want to do them separate?
We're gonna have to do the commercial ones separate. Trustee Bullard, you
I'm
have
just
these.
gonna pick up the commercial and stuff.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I just wanted to make sure.
Revision, we can
Okay.
apply it all there.
I just wanted to make sure that we got it all.
So we don't have a sunset clause in that motion, which is fine, but I guess as a point of discussion, I'd like for this to not be in place in 60 days and have our revised standard in place after a couple of months.
We would all like to revise it as quickly as we can get the information.
I would want it for the organizational meeting, which is less than 60 days.
Well, this is why it's good to have discussion on motion, so not sure if it's feasible in the next few weeks, but we have an organizational meeting on the 1st, or when is our
I
organization?
think it's the 27th.
27th of December, so sooner that you guys can get cooking on it.
As long as you can get Tony on board, I'll be okay. That's usually my holdup, is waiting on his
You
reply.
were approved to.
Well, but he sometimes don't answer me quickly, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
Okay, tell him that the deadline is,
December 15th?
no, the 12th.
well, he has to get it to us
The
to,
12th.
Well,
What the
Because-
website says right now is 27th is the regular meeting, 1st is the organization.
that's what I thought.
That's what the website said today. Because I looked.
Okay.
11 a.m.
Somebody wanted to do a New Year's organizational meeting.
That was me.
and he
At
forgot.
11 a.m.
I didn't know that I won that one.
You did win it.
And I know why I won it now, because we might have had a new trustee.
Oh, right, yeah, that's
So we couldn't meet before that if we had.
yeah, that's a fair point.
Don't forget to
Please call roll. Wait, okay, yeah,
So it was motion by Bullard, seconded by
lengthy discussion.
Rail,
Yes,
Bullard,
yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
good, so hopefully by the first of the year, that can be in place.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt the Delaware County Engineers commercial driveway approach for curb and gutter, file number DCED for -R2203A dated or revised 11/10/2014, and the commercial driveway approach open ditch with no curb within the right of way, file number DCED-R2203B dated 11/10/2014, and utilize all supporting documentation from the Delaware County Engineer's Office for notes and specifications and standards. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion.
One thing that I would request is that we might, I request that we make an exhibit of this, and then once, assuming it passes, that the a copy of the resolution and the exhibits be made available to Tony.
Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. So do you want to make a motion to make that an exhibit?
Doesn't matter to anyone. That's fine.
Well, I mean, she can have my copy, but I move that we make the documents referred to in the previous two resolutions as an exhibit, titled Exhibit A.
Second, moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by the chair, discussion. Please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
and you can probably scan those and put those in the minutes of the meeting. Just, by scanning them. I don't know if you can do that or not, but you can try.
Could you scan, is there any way you can send these to me electronically? Yeah, I don't.
However,
PDF, so
however you want.
each one.
Yep, that's where I got them from.
Okay. We have PDFs.
They're on the county website, I
They're
can
on the
see
website,
them.
Okay.
Okay, is that?
Well, that's for the next one on the list. I didn't know I needed 5, or I would have.
I'm okay, because I have a copy of this.
Oh, yeah, that's, yeah.
Have you seen the quote?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be removing the guardrails that are there, adding culverts and whatever we call those half blocks.
Retaining wall.
Into the culvert.
Head wall.
And that's all covered here in the.
So what I-
This block,
Guardrails will stay off.
half height head walls.
Yes, guardrails will stay off
That
after
height, that
completion.
wall. This is in reference to Dale Ford culvert.
Yeah, so what I've done was, so it kind of made sense, the last page shows guardrail prices for the county, and once you do the end treatments required, that's over half the price, so you're better off just doing the dirt work and eliminating liability with rail and everything else.
You're gonna need to bring a magnifying glass for your.
That's how it was, I can't blow it up anymore, I have to be on 21 by 21 paper.
You got a phone, you got lots of little fonts here.
And a little bit more discussion would be that the guardrail on the east side of the road is, not always permanently affixed to the ground. And when you work on the guardrails, you need to, put a new vent on them, bring it up to standards. And those, vent pieces are expensive, you spend a little thing. And we would end up spending quite a bit of money to just be able to fix the guardrails there now. This would remove the guardrail and in the long run should make it so that, reducing the maintenance costs with guardrails and all that in the long run. So that's the reason for going with the estimate for lengthening the top.
Makes sense.
Okay.
You have any questions or concerns?
So are we going with the one with the increased right of way or not?
To answer that, if I may, we are not going with the increased right of way. We're gonna stake the right of way, and we're gonna build within a couple of feet of where the right of way is. And that gives you the maximum amount of culvert you can out there without acquiring more right of way. And it still allows you to eliminate the guardrail.
Okay, but what about if we were ever to consider a trail? I would think it would be in this location, and I don't want to redo work.
You think there would be a trail on Dale Ford?
I don't think that that's the road that needs it.
I thought we had, resolved that issue
We
by,
talked about it.
I thought that was fully settled and resolved. But seriously, by taking the traffic through to the MI development. Because there's a trail that comes off on the Dale Ford now, and so that walking, instead of walking on Dale Ford, the hope is that they'll take the multi-use path down that would go to Peanut and take that route for their walking.
Okay, but what about the people on South?
And they would come up and over,
Yeah.
and they come up and over. Yeah. So they would just go up to the multi-use trail, people north
But
would
they,
go down.
but they would have to go on the Dale Ford Road.
Yeah, but fair. Only a little bit now.
I'm hearing a lot of good conversation for future trails.
Let me say that I agree with, that if we were having to purchase right of way, getting enough right of way to put a trail out would make sense. Put this in without adding to the project size by not having to purchase right of way. I don't support going out and purchasing right of way for a project that we might do, maybe we wouldn't know which side of the road we do it on, all that sort of stuff. In the future, we do it at the time we do the trail.
So how much of the work that we would be doing now would have to be redone?
We're not having to move, depends on how the trail, or how the trail is put in.
Not much, I mean, we would remove the head wall and just connect another, section of pipe to whichever side is decided and bring in your embankment to grade it, but, not much. If at all, I think we could squeeze a bit without it, but.
And which side of the road do you want to do it? We don't know at this point.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would lend itself to the west side, but, I mean, part of the issue to me is there is a lot of folks walking on that section of Dale Ford and on Berlin Station Road. The whole way that they've done Peanut and the setup is basically that there's no pedestrians walking on that segment. And so they.
But the reality is, that's
The
what I
reality
see people
belies
doing
it,
now.
yeah.
Yes.
But right now, we don't even have the multi-use path or the connector in place on Dale Ford so that people, because it's, you know, not very far up Dale Ford that they hit that, multi-use connector. So we'd have to, I think we should do an analysis once that gets put in to see how many people, if that changes pedestrian traffic at all. It might not.
With that, I make a motion that we approve the Delaware County engineer work on Dale Ford Road. Estimate for widening the culvert in the amount of not to exceed $35,000. So moved.
Second.
Moved by the trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion. You have the 20% contingency and then the actual,
Did I mess it up?
no, you didn't mess it up, but what he said,
Is it?
he allocated 35,000 with the anticipated cost though being $28,088.44. Okay.
That's what I did, but yeah.
Yeah, just as a
And
friend.
there was I would have used the requisition number.
I don't, no one's ever told me how to do this.
Estimate number, so.
It's good to know. That's fine. We have the document to support it.
I would like to say that the estimate for the county engineer is dated October 27, 2023. So moved.
Okay, any further discussion? Was that a friendly amendment?
Sorry.
Was that a friendly amendment that you suggested for the date?
Right, for the
Okay.
date.
And that's acceptable.
Acceptable. Okay, so, please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Webb.
Yes, thank you. Okay, that brings us to final payment approval, 2024 roads improvement program requisitions.
So 2023 should be done once you got everything you guys need now, I think.
Yes,
So once they send the final, it'll be, but we don't have the final yet.
Okay, we don't have the final, so let's keep that on the agenda for next meeting.
Have they sent it? Because I haven't seen nothing from Claudia about it.
no, they haven't sent us, they haven't sent us an invoice yet, so.
Final payment.
So
For the roads approval.
I don't know that we do you want to just put it
2024 roads approval.
back on once we get it then? Because we may not get
We
it.
may not have it by the 27th.
That's fine, we'll just keep it on the
Yeah.
agenda.
Certainly by the, I mean, the intent is to have everything
Yeah,
invoiced and paid December, so the books
we
are,
just like to make certain we're doing our part since we don't meet
appreciate it.
and don't wanna have a special meeting for one thing like that.
Shortly after that's when the spending stops, after our next meeting.
Oh, right.
So 2024,
Road improvement program.
what's that?
The next thing is 2024 road improvement program.
Yeah, I'm getting the stuff to Doug hopefully tomorrow or
Oh,
Wednesday.
so this was final payment for 2023.
Yes.
Got it. I don't know what happened in mine. And then 2024.
We're sending the stuff in for the estimate on 2024.
And that does include the cemetery.
Includes the cemetery, includes some work in Cheshire till we decide what we want to do. Final, it will eliminate the water, but I don't know. There's a lot we could do in there if we wanted to, widening roads and making drainage and stuff better, but it's not on this plan yet.
Well, if that's a major thing and not the year that we're doing the Shanahan is in 25.
Five.
So it's too late to put in for 24, so.
No, I haven't given it 24 stuff to him, I'm gonna give it to him Wednesday.
No, I'm talking about the
OPWC.
OPWC, yeah.
And see, that's what we wasn't sure if we was gonna go
So-
OPWC or do it.
So what I would tend to think, it's too late for this
Yeah.
upcoming one, right?
Yes,
So
Yeah.
would be for 26, so to get what needs to be done, done, and then what we'd like to have done, widening the roads, et cetera, be on for 26.
That makes a lot of sense, right?
Now, do you have more things about that?
So, the main things was, that we got a few roads we're repaving, chip sealing, crack sealing. I don't know, I've talked to Ron about it, I don't think anybody's got any other requests besides Cheshire, is what I've heard. And a lot of that stuff on Cheshire some of it, the pictures that you sent me will be fixed when the roundabout is done, because Doug and I already talked about extending and putting a catch basin up there at Winter Street.
That would be very significant, and so when is that anticipated to be completed?
and 20, I think that's 25 as well.
The water flow obviously just definitely needs to be addressed as
So-
soon as possible, so.
We're gonna do some stuff at Winter and Ford where it's low beside the
Yeah,
storage building.
Yeah,
And then the other end, we can do some temporary stuff, but I don't wanna put more money in that end because it'll be ripped out and fixed with curb and gutter and what they're doing, unless you want me to put more money in that end. It's actually
well, I don't
Charles.
wanna have the street be able to completely ice over with multiple inches of water and have it be a real problematic area that it has been. So whatever can be done to the extent it can be done to alleviate that in a reasonable manner, knowing that in 2026, we're gonna try to tackle it, the whole system, so to speak. I think that would be a good thing to bring forward and have as recommendations. Okay, anything else?
Not for that.
Requisitions.
Well, it's what I talked to you about, if you was gonna talk to them about the tractors and stuff. I have stuff on paper if you wanna look at it, but I wasn't sure.
I was gonna talk to I got about 3 things I wanted to talk about real quickly.
Is this related to roads?
First one being the truck that wasn't running right, we got that repaired, and it was repaired under warranty, so it's all okay now, it doesn't cost us anything, just so everybody knows. What it was the computer was loaded, needed to be reloaded, so when the computer was reloaded, appears to be running on all cylinders now. Second thing is, tractor quotes. We got a quote for a replacement of the John Deere that we've got now, which is really a little bit undersized for the size mower that we've got. And that's got a $4,000 quote on it for thereabouts, but we really think we should upsize that tractor and get a little bit larger tractor to support the mower that we've got. Get a tractor with a front end loader on it that we could use as well,
So you're saying an additional tractor?
No.
on the mower tractor.
The little tractor that we've been replacing every year, what I'd like to do is both the tractors we have are undersized, so I know I can't get them both at once, but what I'd like to do is do the little one, since we replace it every year, and it's coming up, is get one a little bit bigger with a loader that we could also use, because right now we're basically paying $4,000 a year for a tractor that all we do is mow with. I mean, honestly, it sits all winter, and we just have it for the mower. So if we get the next size bigger and have a loader on it, we could also use it in the cemetery. We can use it for doing other things. And instead of replacing it every year, I was going to try and stagger it out so we 5, 6, 7 year rotation on tractors instead of doing 4,000 every year.
Well, if in the long run that is better, because at one point in time it was better to use state bid because we could sell it at more than we paid for it.
Sure.
And I don't know that that's continuing to be the
No,
case.
it's not.
So what I would say is be flexible with what the market system is.
Yes, that's why I say do a 3 to 5 or 7, whatever it is. Because the big tractor that we have, they're actually offered, if we did that one, which I didn't do any paperwork on yet, because I just was curious, they was going to give us more for it than than the township paid for it.
Now, the other thing is that I have a little bit of concern, because at one point in time, we had a tractor that was too big to mow, and people were afraid of it tipping. So just,
No. It's roughly the same size as the tractor that we've got the arm mower on and that sort of thing.
okay,
And part of the loader problem that we talked about last year, that loader that's on that tractor it's not really very good anymore. And what we were looking at was getting a larger tractor for the mower and getting a loader for it that we could use, and then not use the other mower or other loader on the existing John Deere with loader on it. Okay, because we got the loader and put the arm mower on and be able to use that, just we use it all the time. Okay. And we're working on the quotes, with looking at state bid and getting a couple bids from different places. Basically, there's a John Deere dealer and there's a Case dealer that are suitable options for us. And Case appears to be the lower price on this point in time, but yeah. I'm just giving you a heads up, you know what we're doing, and just let you know what we're doing.
If you want to see them,
not at this time, but lower price is better, assuming the maintenance of it is equally available.
Correct.
it is, it's
No,
Rear Plain City,
Okay, and the John Deere is where?
Richwood. They're all about, it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other.
Just as long as it
And
is.
the
then-
track, right, so the tractors we priced were a 75 horse green one, a 75 horse red one. And basically the way it's set up right now is out the door for the Case IH is going to be approximately 21, about 23.5. And then John Deere is going to be about 30,625. So it's about an $8,000 difference for almost the exact same.
And the Case has a little bit better warranty.
Yeah.
In the way that's.
Sounds good.
And the way the companies have consolidated, there's Van Welker, which is the Case IH dealer for Ohio, and then there's Ag Pro, which is the John Deere dealer. There's a couple other small ones, but that's.
As long as they're equally good and equally available,
Yeah.
I
We're
less expensive.
working our way through it, okay? The same thing goes for the trucks. We're looking at trucks and, looking at Peterbilt and have talked with them, have talked with, Freightliner, and the Freightliner trucks are considerably less expensive. We're actually debating whether we should get gas trucks or a diesel trucks, diesel or gas, because diesel is considerably more expensive and we don't drive those trucks for about 5,000 miles a year. So it might make more sense to us in the long run to buy, purchase a gas truck that would be more easily serviced.
Well, I was gonna say, because if you talk with Pat Hickok, the maintenance of trucks is particularly troublesome right now. And so with that, I wanna make sure that whatever we buy is very serviceable by certified technicians that.
And the other thing we're gonna look at is Ford and Chevy, because they're both probably Dodge, but they're making larger trucks for that size deal. And it all has to do with the diesel and the gas stuff that starts to make sense. So again, we're working on it. We don't have an answer yet, but I'm just giving you a heads up, let you know what's going on. That's all it is. Is there anything I'm missing?
Not for that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Just, we'll have to make a decision here probably before the money's shut off for the tractor, so I'll bring you guys more stuff next meeting.
To act on, yes, that'd be fantastic. Wonderful.
Okay, and then let me do the last one, and then we'll come back to the one before that. Pony, we're working with them, or at least I was working with them on a quote, and I asked them for a quote for snow plowing, and their price was $95 an hour for a snow plowing. And that seemed to be like a pretty good deal to have that as an option, something we could use when we needed it.
I think that'd be fantastic.
So we're looking to get, and I've got a quote from them, a bid from them and all of that. The next meeting I'll bring it and we'll
Let's allocate
finalize the
some,
mowing contract, finalize
yeah,
the snow plow. But that's my suggestion is we have them, maybe we assign them to do a particular subdivision and all that sort of stuff.
I think that's a really great solution.
So looking to work through that way. That's where that is.
Because when you tie in the ancillary costs of equipment, personnel who normally aren't needed for other activities, it's good to have that.
Mhm.
And it's just good to have it back up.
Yeah. Well, and, yeah. We don't know what the weather's gonna do, but it's really nice to have that backup as an option, for sure.
Now, I'm betting that we've got 2 weeks, get contracts in place before we first snowball. So
Yeah,
that's-
perfect time.
that's-
So a question that I do have on that is in regards to the salt. They said they would be using our salt. But are they going to load their own salt, or are we going to have to load it onto their trucks? And if so, what personnel is available to do that?
Well, I only put snow plowing down because we're still working with that. It may be easier. Our guys can salt very quickly and do that. Salting isn't a big issue, but plowing is an issue. It takes all the time.
Well,
So
and
that
both
would
are
be just a
urgent.
plowing contract
Yeah.
without the salting.
Oh, okay.
Or now, they did quote salting, which they would do for, again, $95 an hour, using our salt.
So if we do have them do salt, who loads their truck? They or us?
We haven't worked that out. We haven't worked anything out. We're,
It's just I don't want to have personnel sitting there waiting for them. You know what I mean?
yeah, there's,
Well, and I don't want pony to be the default plowing. Our guys are the default, and then this is backed up in case there's supplemental support in case there's an emergency or snowfall or quicker snowfall than we.
well, having another truck available is always good because they have breakdowns.
Mhm.
I mean, and you can't stop the snow.
If this works out well, it might be worth sharing with our fellow townships
Mhm.
to say this is a viable option.
That might be nice unless they take from our,
Their funds.
they're available for us.
It's something that
Always thinking the Berlin
we
Township
can
first.
discuss
I
that.
love it.
We can discuss that.
Yeah, very good.
Now, going back to the auxiliary drivers for fire personnel.
Yeah.
What we were talking about is, city has proposed and the firemen, and we've kind of talked, and, some of the firemen, part-time firemen would like to, we'd like to utilize them to plow snow.
So I think that's a great idea as long as they don't get into overtime.
We've got the overtime issue and we've got the 1,500-hour issue. We've got several issues that we've got to take a look at. So that maybe people could be available if they didn't work too many hours and all that.
I'm not sure the 1,500 hours is a problem because it's OPNF versus PERS, right?
I think
It's-
Or are they
it's-
both PERS because they're part-time and they're not?
Yeah.
Those are part-time.
Yes.
Okay, so it could be a problem. But that's OPNFL versus OPNFG.
They can't,
So-
yeah, they can't.
Because, you know, we pay more for a fireman into retirement, even though it's overs than we do a non.
Yeah, but this, it's not only ERISA, it's also, ACA benefits, 1,500, so.
That's a problem.
It's both a retirement issue, contribution issue, but it's also a benefits issue. Yeah, so we just gotta make sure we don't surpass it. So I love the idea if we just could have some clear guidelines to say you shall not exceed
Correct.
1,500 hours total. I'd like to play a little safer, maybe say 1,300.
I don't think you have to get that safe, but because if you have that requirement and they know it, I think there is a little flexibility over the 1,500, not like a lot, a little bit. It's when we tell them they have to show up, that's when the 1,500 becomes
So stay under 1,500, and then what was the other one that you mentioned?
We're gonna look at, their availability and all that sort of stuff.
Availability, but there was another criteria. Overtime, that it can't be overtime.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I guess the other thing we gotta figure out is what rate to pay them, because I imagine what rate we do snow plowing is different than what rate they're paid.
But we have a snowplow.
Yeah.
Would we, so we just bump them, because I think our snow plow rate is higher than what the two have told me they made.
I don't know, they would make the snowplow rate is what I would say, because that's what they're doing. I mean, different jobs pay different things.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
that was the only other concern they had with me, make sure it was addressed, was.
But that's why overtime is particularly messy if they
Right.
go over, because they're at two different rates.
Right.
And I don't want to get into that. It's a shall not go to overtime.
And the other thing is it may be that the work is more than they need to handle, or maybe we're not getting the work that we need to have done at the time frame that we need to have done. There's the whole thing. I like to look at it as a pilot program, not as a long-term program. Okay?
On both accounts, I think with both pony and ox drivers, it's
So
great.
next April or May.
Yeah,
we need to
we'll
sit down and talk
reassess.
about
Yeah, I like it.
When you guys are saying the stay under 1,500, is that hours?
Yeah, total hours for the calendar year.
Okay.
it. So we got some work to do there.
Yeah,
And the thing is, we won't get into any trouble on the 1,500 hours in 2024, but it could create a problem for the fire department for the 1,500 hours. So we got, there's a whole bunch of questions that can be answered.
Yes.
but I like the
Pursuing
solutions.
it,
Yeah,
if we don't pursue it, we never get any answers.
yeah. Good. Okay, wonderful. Anything else for roads?
I had an old item that I kind of like to bring back,
Sure.
which was the grates. I wanted to make sure that these new developments are using the grates that we have discussed that don't deteriorate. And when I went into Berlin Farm and Berlin Farm West, it looked to me like it might not be these new grates that are discussed. And I wanted to make sure that we have done everything resolution-wise that is necessary to assure that those grates are the grates that we have said that we are requiring.
I think, Jesse, didn't you send a note on this?
So the resolution that you guys did, I forget, dates are out of my mind, but I sent, you guys did a resolution. So where the problem was is we have like in 4 subdivisions where the catch basins are settling and sinking. And it's from the blocks they use to adjust the grade are mortar blocks. And you guys did a resolution. Yes. So what the resolution you guys passed was for those risers, not the grates.
Okay, so I can't tell by looking at it.
The only way you'll be able to tell is when they take the dandy bag out of the catch basin and you look down in, or you get a picture like that. So it'll look normal to you on top unless you see them put it on, because the cast is always going to be on top. It's what's right below the cast is where the difference is and what we.
Have you inspected what's going on in Borough Farm and Borough Farm West?
The ones I looked in still had a dandy bag in, and I could not, you have to have someone to lift the grate to get the dandy bag out, so I could not see. The only ones I've physically seen is over here. But they've been washed
Here,
Howard Farms, where they're adding on to Howard. That's where the picture came from.
and Maeve as well.
Maeve did not, when I looked at Maeve, they did not have them in yet when we drove through, because sometimes for us to drive through some of them roads is a bit treacherous.
Okay, so what you found at Howard Farms was accessible?
Yes.
Okay, and the county is requiring that in the plans, correct?
Yes, with the resolution, yes.
And so if they're not up to standards, they have to change them.
Which we
You wouldn't accept the roads, correct?
Correct, I mean, that would be something that
we get on the
obviously
wall
can
through.
be on the walkthrough punch list, pre-final inspections.
So you look at those, the county looks at those.
We can too.
And the township can too at the pre-final inspection because they're like.
We just haven't done a pre-final on the one where that was not started post-resolution.
Understood.
So did we miss something in this resolution you sent?
No.
As far as just being the risers, just.
I've never seen, and I wouldn't, frankly, I don't think I would want a fiberglass grate or inlet because one, they're all subject to the snow piles being close to them, heavy vehicles. The problem is the brick, what they're made of is it's just mortar bricks that they use to adjust grade or different thicknesses. And the salt and time weathers those a lot faster than precast.
And it's gonna cost us thousands and thousands of dollars for changing those?
Not as much as it may have been led to be,
Okay,
a couple thousand, but not 10.
okay.
Because we've got 5 that I'm working on with Decker trying to get,
Well, 2 is a lot different than 10.
yes.
Can you remind me as to why this became an issue? What subdivision had this happen?
Marina and,
There's some in Sherman Lakes, and there's a couple in ravines of Allen Creek. Yes, the ones where the concrete's starting to deteriorate. So there's one in.
And the issue is the concrete though, not.
So what it is the concrete is starting to degrade and fail. And when you run over them, when you put the weight down, the compressive strength is wherever the opening is, and that's pushing it in. So then it causes the grades to drop. And that's what's failing. It ain't the top, it's not the catch basin, it's what they
Interesting.
raised with them.
so it is gonna cost us
That's
over
unexpected.
$100,000, but it's not.
It's not going to be an all-at-once thing. I'm just trying to get them as they.
Right, but we need to budget,
Right.
you know.
Yes,
It's
we
the
need
same thing
to,
as ADA ramps, you're gonna
Yeah.
have some,
that was the next thing I was
you know,
gonna say.
ADA ramps and these curb inlets are kind of an ongoing, set aside some
Wow.
money every year and tackle a few at a time and eventually get them all taken care of.
I wonder, part of what we have every year for roads improvement is also some of this other ancillary items.
So it can be on, so like the county bid, the main thing that, like the county bid I'm turning in stuff for right now is roadway stuff. It's like your paving, your crack sealing, chip seal, pavement repair, stuff like that. And then the county also is every spring when they do, like we get like a thing. Winter, so we'll get a thing like, they'll give us like, say, Decker, Shelley and Sands, Shelley Company. There's 3 that provide bids to them that we can use for curb and gutter repair, curb repair, catch basin repair. And we can kind of do those on our own. And the price they give in there is kind of high, but I've talked to 2 different ones of them. And if you get them a group, like they're in their mind, when they price it, you're only wanting us to come out and do one. But if you give them a day's worth of work, it's usually less than what the bid price is, because they bid it for just doing one.
Right, right. Well, more of what I would like to see is general game plan. It's one thing for you to say, well, we can fix this on one-offs. Like, how many is fair to expect that we would address in a year? And I don't want to be here next year and say, oh, well, we got one fixed and that was it, and not have any general goals that we're kind of targeting.
So I guess my answer to that would be, do you want to do it proactively or reactively?
Well, based on what you said, what I would want to do is when one is necessary, do like for what the price
Right,
gets us, because you can tell which ones are starting to fail but aren't
right.
critical. But if it's going to be a fifth of the cost to do, that's pushing it, but let's say 5 for the price of
Good
one,
bargain, yeah.
then you might as well do all 5.
Right. Right, no, I understand, and usually that's what I try, and that's what I've done with the trees and everything else, is try and get, as we do stuff, just lump stuff together, but the only thing, like on the curb ramps I can give you, we have to do all the curb ramps before we mill and pave any of these older subdivisions,
Right.
because they have to meet ADA, so those, I guess we kind of dictate if the year before we're going to pave.
Yeah, and that makes sense, but this seems a little bit different, and I think it would be nice to have insight into the scope of what you guys' assessment is in terms of urgent failing, not quite there, here's our priorities, and we're gonna plan on tackling 4 or 5 each year, I think that would be helpful for us to be.
I mean, we can, so I guess I can budget for that, but we gotta be also under the assumption we could have none fail this year, or we could have 10. I mean, we can guess, but it may be more or less, so do we average out and just plan for
It's
something?
not about, that's, for me, it's not so much about, that aspect. I mean, the budgeting is important, but if you're saying that we have 10 that have problems with it, then I would think that we would want to address a few each year at a time, as opposed to, I don't want to wait for them to fail, right?
I mean, because the bad part about it is them being buried, you can't really tell until,
Yeah.
I mean, you can look in them and start getting ideas, say, hey, some of these bricks are starting to deteriorate, we may want to start thinking about this one. But a lot of the times it's,
Yeah.
wrong, though, usually you
This was
can't
brought
tell
up-
until they fail.
This was brought up, when did you bring this up? Last October.
Before you,
Well, yeah, okay, initially, but on our roads tour in October of last year, I believe this was brought up. And I still don't feel that I have clear insight into how big of a problem this even is and what we need to do to resolve it, other than it's an important problem to prioritize, but to the extent, I don't know, so it'd be helpful if we had some kind of, just even like a working document to react to say, these are our potential issues, or these are what we're having happen.
And what we've got is, the county engineer did a good job of bidding for us, for individual jobs. And the thing that changes the price dramatically is the marshaling costs. We get everybody together. So what we try to do is put together a project that includes all the ones we want to do, plus all the sidewalks.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And
Yeah.
for the curb and do it all at one time, so we only pay one marshaling fee, get it all done.
That's exactly right.
Once a year kind of thing.
That's exactly right.
do we need to buy a camera or something? Would that make it easier to inspect them?
Not, I mean, those you can see just, some of you may have to get down your hands and knees, but all the leveling block is just 8 to 10 inches below whatever the thickness of the top is below ground, so they're above. It ain't like a pipe where you have to crawl in, and
Cameras used to be awfully expensive, but they're not. so expensive.
Yeah.
technology's making stuff cheaper for that aspect.
It's amazing what you can do with this.
Yeah, but I don't want to drop that down in the.
There you go. Good, anything else for roads?
Yes. I got a check here that I've signed, which is for Adams Tree Care, $23,780. We appropriated money for tree work this year, that's all done. But I believe somebody, someplace along the line, I got a memory that says that the prosecutor had suggested that we do another motion, even though we've appropriated this money for that amount of money.
Yeah,
So we need to do
yeah,
that. So should we do that tonight?
yeah.
So I have a question, because I read that, but I wasn't sure I understood what I read. Or is he saying that we need to do a motion appropriating it again, or we just need to approve the amount on the check? Because if that's the case, we can approve, and I know other townships do this, check number blank through blank. And and that covers it. And I don't see a reason not to do that.
That's what we should be doing. Whether it's individual or as a range, that was fine, but to your point, for this, it would be what's on that check, or how much the check is written for. So if we allocate a blanket amount, we say this is anticipated, and then we come in and we say, this is how much we approve paying.
And is the reason for that then the PO is then released?
I couldn't elaborate on the rationale behind that because it was, it actually had nothing to do with what Tony and I were talking about on that day. So it was kind of like, are you guys doing this? And it was like, no, we do the allocation, the expected amount. And it was like, well, you should be, once the check is actually cut, the board needs to be approving that as well.
So what I would recommend is that the fiscal office provide us a list of checks that have been written.
Yeah.
And then we do it by range. So because that's how I know other townships do it.
Yeah, I think
Now, the
that
county
makes
does
sense.
something sort of similar, but not really. It's pages and pages and pages, and I don't think we need to do that, but I think.
No, I think something as simple as check, date, payee, amount.
So I don't know if she can run a report with that, and then we can just approve that report.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
On
what I
that-
would recommend.
On that, you need the amount.
The actual amount that we pay, who
Okay.
we're paying it to. I mean, I don't know what would be on the report, but those would be the two critical items.
Okay.
And then date and check number would be necessary as well, because we would be saying we approve check numbers 1 through 10.
And I think that's one way that accomplishes everything. I don't know that we have to have all that, but there's no reason not to have that if the report can show all that.
Yeah.
And then, because the county, like I said, does something very similar. And then if one of us wants to hold something, we can say, with the exception
Of
of.
this, yeah, that's perfectly fine. So you read what the opinion, well, it wasn't an opinion, it was feedback.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure that I fully understood what it said.
Okay, do we want to try to seek clarification?
No,
Okay,
I think that what you did accomplishes more than what he said, but it may kill two birds with one stone.
yeah, so we can let's just approve that amount then.
Well, okay, but the one behind it is capital office supply, which would have been covered under a blanket purchase order to capital, and it's for the calendars and stuff like that, and the amount of $409. So it's.
So what Trustee O'Brien had suggested, if we had a listing, and maybe we should do this in anticipation of next meeting, all the checks that have been written over the last year, from January 1st to today.
Because if there's a report that can do it, it can do it.
Yeah.
All
And it shouldn't be a manual entry or anything like that, Tressa, but generate a report from January 1st to current, what the checks were, check number, payee, and amount. And then we can, in our next meeting, just approve all the checks for this year and have get caught up.
And if there's more information than that on there, I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah,
So I'm not trying to make her create a report that doesn't exist.
it doesn't need to only have that, but it should have that. But if it doesn't have that, we'll look at
What it does,
What it
then
does
then we might to seek his opinion.
Yeah,
But otherwise, I don't see any.
So how else can she get it to you other than sitting there typing it every?
And there's all kinds of names for reports.
Okay.
And I
yeah,
don't
like
know.
the check cutter, you know, if it has what data was entered when,
And other townships
I'm
do
sure
it,
she'll
so
call
she.
you if she can pick.
So what
but
we-
just to be clear, we're not asking her to manually enter
Gotcha.
into our, like,
No,
Gotcha.
yeah.
no.
No, I got it, just,
There's so what we should do for tonight, go ahead and sign all this sort of stuff. And then at the next meeting, we have a listing of everything up to that point.
Yeah,
That we approve those checks for
Yeah.
all those for the year. And those are gonna be then and now approvals, but,
They wouldn't be then and now because we've done the POs ahead.
Yeah.
So it's not a then and now.
okay, so we're okay, all we need
Yes.
to do is have that list.
Yeah, now that's not to say there weren't some then and nows, but this would make it a then and now.
Okay, so if we go ahead and sign these checks, we're fine, and then we'll clear it up at the next meeting.
yeah.
Okay.
Let's
No
have
problem.
that as a
I
agenda.
don't think she will be here next meeting either.
Okay, that's fine, but if we can get the list,
Okay.
that'd be fantastic, and if you could write on, under, either fiscal officer trustee items, check approval for 2023.
And so does that mean we do that at each meeting?
Yes.
A lot of people, it's part of the standing agenda
Yes,
of what, you know, here's the checks, numbers to clear.
and I forget what it's called, it's not called requisition.
Well, and what we'd expect our, township administrator to prepare our, trustee meeting packet that would include this.
Well, so that information at the county is usually provided the day before the meeting. And they do it twice a week, but they have thousands of checks.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now, what is not included in that at the county is payroll.
Well, we put those.
We already signed for payroll.
Right, so payroll doesn't get included. I mean, again, if it is, that's not a problem, but it's not necessary.
Okey doke.
Thanks for bringing that up. Any other roads items?
Yeah, that's all I got on roads.
The only thing I just want to give an update on was the fuel tank.
Oh,
So AJ's supposed to be having some time electrician go out there and do some fans and some other work pending drawings from Delaware County. So when the electrician's out there to try and lump everything together, he's going to check the electrical and check for putting in the emergency shut-off box. So, because we need all that done before we move the tank. So once all that's done, I will be submitting the paperwork to Department of Commerce to move the tank.
wonderful, and I assume we're not very far on our storage building addition?
Not very far, but I need to put heartbeats into it. It's up to me to do that right now.
I thought we were waiting on some information from, Prosecutors on that.
I think I'm waiting on that now.
oh, okay, all right, fantastic, well, when we dive back
I'm
in.
waiting on plenty of information. I should put it
That's
on
not,
that.
yeah, that's not, wonderful, okay.
So, yeah, I just want to give that as soon as we get, because without the electrical, there's no point in moving.
Without objection, I'd like to skip down the cemetery while we have Jesse with us, is that okay?
Mhm.
All right, let's skip down the cemetery. We have, oh, sorry, my apologies. I really want to go to Evergreen Memorial sign and the Evergreen plans and then to cemetery. So, thank you, Deb.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Um,
Oh, and we got a meeting with Doug probably Thursday this week to talk about a long-term plan for the roads. So Jesse and I and Doug are working our way toward the timeline.
Thank you,
Yeah.
appreciate your
All right,
support on
thank
that.
you.
Okay, Evergreens in Evergreen.
Okay, let me, the SOP for resetting your headstones. Where this comes from, this is from Tim. It has to do with people that have a headstone there, that got two lots that have a headstone. gonna get somebody buried. And the way Evergreen is laid out is the lot space is the size of the vault. There's no room for a marker. So the marker is over the vault. It's got the casket and stuff in it. So in order to put the second casket in, you gotta take that stone off, set it somewhere. And then, if you're gonna wait, we would wait until it settles down, and then we would put the marker back. But not until, and that's what that, he's looking for an SOP to put that in place.
So it seems to me that costs money to do. That seems to me that it costs money to do, and that's a fee that we don't have at Cheshire, so I think that
Well,
should
no,
be.
we did add a fee of $50 to the price of opening and closing the grave at Evergreen.
And that's for that purpose.
So that was for that purpose, okay?
Got it.
And that would be in all cases. So it's there, I think we've got the cost of it covered, but that's the cost of doing it once. We don't have a cost of doing it several times. And what the people that have someone buried, they want to see, okay, the dirt's there, it looks like it's level, it looks like it's okay, they'd like to have the marker put back on. And what we're saying is it takes about a year for it to really settle back to the point that you don't have to redo it again 2 or 3 times. So what he's looking for is this SOP.
Well, that's what I think in the way it played out, because there was also an upset caller that he had mentioned.
Mhm.
I mentioned that I think we do need an SOP, so I would agree with him on that, but I don't think it's the board's job to create the SOP. I think it would be his job to create the SOP and our job to approve
We
it.
gotta write it. I mean, I just gotta get with him and write it.
Yes.
That's what we're trying to do.
So,
But I think it's very necessary because I think it could actually mitigate some of these angry phone calls and misunderstandings. Like we had a resident come in and say, why has it been 5 months? We've been asking about this.
so may I make a suggestion?
Please.
So, because there are certain people that are going to want the marker immediately, I mean, relatively immediately. And I actually get it, okay? But the fact is, then it's gonna have to be redone. So if they know, okay, if I get it done immediately, I can get that, here's the cost. It's the cost of doing it and then redoing, so that they know that it's gonna be done here, and then it'll be done a year later. And if you wanna pay for it twice, that's fine, and know that it's gonna settle, and it's not gonna look nice until it is really settled. That way, it is their choice. We're providing the service, they're paying for the service, and they can decide, so that when it doesn't happen, because they didn't pay for it, they know in advance they didn't pay for it, and so it's gonna be when it will be
That's
settled.
why we put the $50 in the opening and closing fee to do that, to be able to put the marker in place. If they want to do it an additional time, my suggestion is that the one that we do is a year from now, or whatever the time frame that we agree on. And that if they want it done earlier than that, they pay extra for it.
That's what I'm suggesting.
And because it's gonna be difficult for us to go back, the marker back here would be leaning over.
Right,
It
absolutely.
would be a mess. And that's something that you have to take care of, because big markers, it would be a safety issue and that sort of thing. Over there, it's gonna be the same thing, it's gonna be something down the hole, it's gonna be long, and it's gonna be a big issue. So I would suggest that if you want it done earlier than a year, then you get to pay extra for it.
That's my suggestion.
That way of going about it, and I think it should be in the cemetery rules.
Exactly.
Not as a separate document, but
Oh,
when they
I like
get it, they get it.
I like that. Jesse, did you have something?
So the only thing I would say about a couple of things is, we did, at the organization meeting, we did add the price, like Ron's saying, to set it. We also, so right now we decided to do over there like we did here and set headstones twice a year, spring and fall. And we also made the provision for there, because it's not a concrete foundation, that they could have it done you have to look in the organizational meeting, I think it's 600 is what we dedicated as the price to do it outside of our traditional spring and fall if they wanted it done. So we do have something in there if that's what they want. But the other thing we got to think about is, and Ron touched on, is if we set it in there and it does settle, which we know is going to happen, and the mower gets it, who then? I mean, the mowers right now, they're having, I mean, I just don't want, there's a possibility of damage of putting in and it's settling, either one end coming up, one end going down, and if it gets damaged because it wasn't put in, it's not securely, but I mean, it's technically, it's not right because it's on soft material. So that's.
So you're asking who would be responsible for taking care of the situation if it got hit by a mower prior to the recommended?
Our normal, just something to consider. I mean, just unfortunately, there is that problem over there.
So maybe there's I mean, I see this being a document that I think it would make perfect sense to be in the rule book, but we have to tackle it in a couple of different ways. There's what is our procedure? Do we have that outlined? What are some, I guess it would be frequently asked questions about this? What if I want my headstone before the recommended time? You're welcome to pay for that at additional cost if that's what you want. What if my relative's headstone got hit by a mower? Well, I think so maybe answering questions like that so that when we have, it's a delicate situation because there's a lot of emotion involved with all of this. And so if we have some kind of fixed document that then they can say, I know in the spring, I know in the fall, this will get fixed. It's not always ideal to have it problematic for a couple of months, but at least they have in their mind, something's going to happen, somebody cares. It's not a matter of us not being responsive or not caring or not doing the work, right? And that's really where I'm going with it, because I don't want, we're going to have people that are upset calling. But if we can give them something tangible to react to, that's fair and clear and responsive, I think that would really go a long way with these issues. So I guess how soon do you think Tim could get a document like that put together? Or maybe Larry could help advise on this too. Bring them both in and get something supported. I know he's not involved in Evergreen, but he can help consult on this a little bit and talk through it. I think he's an invaluable resource.
Okay. I don't know the answer, but I got somewhere to go. That's what we're looking for.
Let's keep that on for the next agenda as an update.
Agreed.
Okay. Authorization for lot transfers that are notarized. I think this is just a quick point to say that I think we all agree there was consensus on the fact that they can have a document notarized if they can't come into the township hall for a lot transfer.
Well,
I think
what
we just
Tim
have
was
to-
asking, the question that Tim had asked me was, could he sign the document if it was notarized and all that sort of stuff?
Could he service
And I
town?
said, no, the trustees do that signing. We're the ones that accept it. We do the deeds on, like we're signing here. So it should be the same thing over there. And I'll formalize that with him, but I believe we need to, and I don't have a deed yet. I need to talk to him and get a deed made for lots over there so that anybody that comes in that we're transferring, we can give them a deed at that point as we go forward. I'm not saying sell or anything, it's just,
Understood.
just a special case.
And we currently are the only ones that have ever approved the transfer through our signatures.
I mean, Larry sells the lots and he signs the papers and does us, he brings them to us and we sign the deeds.
Right, was there a reason that Tim was saying he thought it might be beneficial for him to, or was he just asking, do you know?
I can tell you what it is he's worked with enough cemeteries and enough public cemeteries that that's the way they do business.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we should just run it the same way we always have, to your point, but I would be curious to know if there was some particular motivation for why that would be a better route to go. Just to hear what his thoughts are on it.
My thought is similar, but I would also say if there's not a problem, I wouldn't change the way you're doing it.
Well, and that's, thank you, and that's really what I would want to get at. Is there something where, because we are the board that is approving the transfers, is there a time delay? Have there been issues in the past? Can we do a better job as a board? I don't know what the answers to those questions are, but if there's something that we can do related to that.
Ultimately, the cemetery is our responsibility.
Absolutely.
So what we would have to do would be authorize him to speak for the board.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem necessary,
Right.
it doesn't seem like
I think
there's an issue with
it's better
that.
that we stay where we're at.
Yeah, okay. Evergreen, can we go up to the memorial signs and the trees?
You've seen the, other bid that we got for a sign. There was a second one from one of the funeral homes. And, I'm not liking anything that they're sticking on the ground or that sort of stuff. I want a foundation under it because it's gonna take too long. If you notice, that one had a crane run on it because, they don't have anything big enough to pick it up and set it down. They'd have to bring a crane in to be able to set the sign in place.
Can you refresh my memory? You said they had two quotes, two different companies.
Two different companies.
Did I miss the most recent one? I thought we only had one.
Tim sent it to all of us. It's from Tim and it's, one is from Jan Monument and the other one is from,
Oh, this is a different, yeah, okay.
and
I did see
one's
this
a
one.
different
I did see this one. This is the
And
second one.
The delivery time is, if you read the details, is about a year. From when we say to get going with
Yeah.
it. To get the stone order, get it here, get the engraving, do all that sort of stuff, it's roughly a 12-month delivery.
So, we had provided feedback, last meeting that included, not having Evergreen Memorial Cemetery, just having Evergreen Memorial, not having gold lettering, just having gray lettering, having the legs rather than the foundation. And so you're saying you want a foundation, you don't like the legs?
The legs can be there, but they're gonna sit on.
Yeah, they're gonna sit on the foundation, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're still good on,
I want a solid base because that is so heavy.
oh
that
yeah, for
it's
sure.
just- It's gonna lean.
So, I guess what I was hoping for this evening to consider would be the design in accordance with what the board's feedback was a few weeks back.
We've got two quotes, is one or both of them accepting? And then we'll work through it and get the thing, and get the paperwork moving to get that signed with because they'll come to us with a design, how they want it laid out and stuff.
Well, I suppose if the price is the same, based on our feedback, that we would be able to make that decision, but given the changes that we asked for, I don't know if the price will stay the same. I think that he indicated for the first company that the lettering color wouldn't make a difference to the price.
I don't think either one is too long.
Yeah, so it would probably be about the same either way. Is there a preference to you, Trustee O'Brien?
Well, I like the font of that one a little bit better.
Oh, really? I think that G is very large too on this.
It's large, but it's it's, okay,
Less obtuse.
yes. So maybe liking it is different than it's better than.
I'll take my comment a little bit further. My comment is, I don't do colors, so you guys can make any, I don't do fonts. So you guys make it whatever you want.
Okay.
You can take me out of it, and I'm happy.
Well, I think we've been very, very specific in terms of what the requirements, what the request is at this point.
I do like this stone light bubble kind of thing.
Okay,
Do you like that?
yeah,
Okay, good.
I could go smooth and I could go rocky.
Yeah.
So, very, very flexible.
But I kind of would like to see the color in relationship to the sign to the,
Well, and what would be yeah,
To
to
the-
the rocks.
yes,
Yeah.
because that could,
Well, but this would be good, the legs being multiple shades of gray may actually work out favorably,
that's true.
because you don't have two distinct shades of gray, you kind of have, oh, this is a darker gray, or lighter gray, and this lighter gray appears up in the signage, you know?
Yes, I agree.
So what's the difference in the price here?
And the thing is, once you take cemetery off of that, I kind of want to see the size of that memorial. So I don't want to approve the design regardless until I see what it is in its final draft.
I think that sign's a little bit, I think this sign is like the big sign from the other jam on. I think.
Somebody called me today, and so, it was, whichever company called me is the one I'll be inclined to go more towards, because they would be a little bit more responsive, all things being equal. But I didn't, let's see. No. Okay. Oh, never mind. That was a wrestling calling. What do you always call it though? All right, so no preferences at this point in time. As far as which company?
No, but I really do want to see the final draft of the lettering before I decide that it's okay.
So why don't we do this?
I really want what you said we requested to actually be provided.
Yeah. I think that would be, maybe he advised me it would be the same. Same regardless of colors. Letter, and he did say it would cost an extra $500 to have the name cemetery on both sides, but that wasn't our request actually here. So, why don't we do this? Why don't I respond to Tim and let him know, and you know what would be helpful to, why don't I just send the request directly to the
Monument company.
monument company? Trustee Board, are you okay with that? I'm gonna just send our feedback to the monument company, and I'll copy you all and Tim on that and give them our specific feedback, and ask for the alterations, because, yeah, it's fine if we know that that won't change the amount, but we really want to see the final draft before we approve such a hefty purchase like this. And then also with regards to the sign, if we have a price and amount, there were individuals that indicated that they would be willing to donate money to the sign as well.
I think what we do is go ahead and put it together, appropriate it, and then, let anybody donate that wants to donate.
Okay.
Now, that's a little bit different because with grants, you normally get people to donate or give you the grant and then you spend the money.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know, that's, I would be willing to go either way on it. But what we would end up doing is spending some period of time, getting some money given to us, and then be able to start the project or start the 1-year calendar off.
Mm-hmm. Well, if we allocate all of the money at that point in time, it would be, we can move forward right then, and then have the money come in over the course of that year, right?
Right, but people have less of an incentive. You're gonna get it regardless whether I put money in. If I put money in, it isn't gonna change what it looks like. I don't know. I personally, if I said I was willing to do it and you already did it, I wouldn't be willing to do that.
I maybe would.
Yeah, but you're a little different than I am.
This is $30,000, $31,000. And that is a 4x8 by 12, so it's 12 inches thick. I think the other one was thinner than that. I can find it.
It's actually in the same thread, I believe. So one is Snyder Rodman, and the other one is from where?
Yeah, remember?
What was it?
Jan Monuments, I think.
Jan?
I think it's how you pronounce it, actually, Jan, JH.
I've heard it pronounced different ways and I don't know.
I don't know what's the proper, but I've heard people pronounce it that way.
Jan or Snyder?
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I've been included in on it.
All right, I'm gonna follow up with them in hopes of having, a design of what it is that we would actually be ordering. And then we can plan to allocate, because we do still have one more meeting that we can allocate money before. Okay, so let's plan to get it to the point where we can take action, start our 1-year clock. Trustee Bullard, get that sign in.
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I'll follow up with the monument companies, and we'll have the final designs and make the decision next.
Okay,
Does that sound good?
that sounds good.
Trees.
So he talked to me about those. I'm going to go to Acorn and get us on their list so we can be a buyer from a wholesaler. And then do you want, because what I talked to him about is, do you want me to pick out the varieties? Do you guys want to pick, what varieties are you wanting? And we still gotta wait on it ain't quite cold enough yet, so we got some time. But I'm gonna get what I can get from Acorn, but I don't know what varieties you guys prefer.
I like that one that we,
Eastern Red Cedar.
yeah.
I don't have a problem with it.
So, I mean, I don't know if I can see if maybe their salesman maybe come in, talk to you guys, if he's got other suggestions or whatever.
No,
Are you just wanting to do one variety, or are we doing multiple varieties?
I'm okay with 2 varieties. We're only going with a few trees.
And then the next, I guess.
So if you had a second recommendation, you know what we want it evergreen, we want it salt resistant, we want it.
Right.
So-
And then-
And probably more slender than,
Bushy.
you know, simply because of the area that's available.
Then has anyone talked to Tim about making sure those lots are available? Because I don't know how to do, if someone showed me, I could try, but I don't know how to look into some of that. To make sure in the corners, there is nothing.
Well, I think the thing is to have Tim tell you where you can put them.
So acorn trees, 1 variety or 2, get with Tim. Have Tim tell you where you can plant them.
I would have Tim consider this. Spray paint the area that's available.
Does that sound good, Trustee Bullard? Tim, spray paint the area available for planting the trees, evergreen. Get the trees planted.
What we were working on was trying to get a contract with Acorn, and then trying to figure out which plants were the best. Okay, and my concern about going to a landscape architect is he or she is going to give us good looking plants, but I want plants that are gonna be durable
Right,
and then looking good.
right.
I want that.
With the durability stuff is the bigger issue.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good they look, they die after 3
Right.
months, so.
That's true. And so what we were trying to do, or what I was trying to do, is figure out somebody to do that. And I think I would look to Scott Stevens, who with Soil and Water, who has at least he can direct me in the right direction, or hopefully we'll know the answer. Maybe he's got someone that works at Soil and Water that would know that, be able to help us. Somebody at the county engineer's office.
But I don't wanna overly complicate it for a half dozen trees,
No, I don't either.
you know?
But I want the trees that we put to be trees that we could choose from that we like, because we could have a light winter this winter, not have enough salt to even know what's gonna happen.
I do like the red cedar that Jesse had mentioned before, I'd be fine with that, and then why don't you guys do the trees, whatever trees you think you know what we like, half dozen of them. Tim marks out the places that are acceptable to plant them, and we get those in the ground for the winter, see how they do. And if, you know, they're supposed to be hardy for salt, but if they end up not making it, then we gave it our best guess, and we can try another variety, or we can figure out a game plan from there. Does that seem okay? Okay. Does that seem okay? Okay. Anything else with cemetery?
I found the other quote. The other one was a little bit bigger sign.
What was yeah?
It's from Doug Brammer, and I can forward it again.
No, but what was the, dimensions?
Red, it's 8 foot long and 56 inches high.
And was the other one 8 by?
And 11 inches thick, not 12 inches thick.
I really want, I think an 8x4 is appropriate.
So it's a little bit more than 4 by 8.
Picky about that, I don't think.
Well,
And the one that they were quoting for $30,000 was black one, I believe. This one is black, and it was $52,000 for that size sign. And for the 4 by 8 was, I believe, $27,000. 4 by 8 by 10 inches thick, whereas the other one is 12 inches thick. This,
I think 10 inches is sufficient.
or
I think 10 inches is sufficient.
we could go back and ask the guy for.
well, no, I like I'm fine with the recommendations, it's just I just want apples to apples
Yes.
comparison, that's all.
And it's 27,000 for the 4 by
So now we have two, let's go, I'll go back, I'm gonna follow up with them, and provide board's feedback directly, and get a sketch for.
Because 12 inches may be more, let's say, durable, but it's also a lot heavier, and it could cause other problems being that much heavier.
Mhm.
I can't hear very well. So that's why I don't have a pure preference, I just think 10 inches is,
Well, we wanted it to not, we wanted to really be durable though.
right,
We basically never want to replace the sign ever
but
again.
10 inches is, a grand is.
Can't get through this one. Yeah. And a 12.
12 inches.
And that's what that's what you look at the Kingwood sign, that's been the baseline for me from the get-go, and that's about the thickness of that. I think the Kingwood sign is actually a little small. I have half a mind to go to the Kingwood and just measure what that is. So I actually like the dimensions on that.
If you're putting the design together and that sort of stuff, great. But the colors, I would insert myself to say that I
Oh,
would like the color to be reflective. so that if the headlights hit it, it will reflect back. Kind of like they do with putting glass beads and paint on the roadway so that you can see the lines a lot better. Let's do something to make sure that that paint is reflective and has enough contrast with the black. Black and white would be.
Yeah, black and
mostly-
white,
Black and white would be the most
black
contrast,
and light gray.
or
Yeah.
black or very light, black and very light,
Mhm.
with, if there's some glass beads or some way to put some color, something in it that's reflective.
Mhm.
You know, that's, I don't care what color it is, but whatever.
You say that, but when I brought the carpet tiles in,
That's true.
suddenly somebody had an opinion about some color.
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
brought
yeah.
the tiles in.
I'm just going for the functionality.
All right, thank you. And I'll make certain to reflect that feedback in my note too.
That's kind of fun.
Good, okay. Moving on. Do we have anything else for roads or cemetery? No? Okay, hearing none. We will now go back up to old business. JET updates. We've been eagerly trying to mobilize this. A couple quick updates. The area that is the North Point residential hotel parcel, they are not beginning construction on that, but they have cleared trees. They've created a temporary road access, but it's a holding site for the apartments that are technically Sunbury's. The question still is outstanding to me, and I spoke with the Economic Development Director, Monica Connors, as well as left a note for Joe Thomas as to their participation in the JED. To my knowledge, they do plan on participating in it for North Point. Haven't had the chance to speak with them about the JED requirements or questions outstanding for the ravines. Joe Thomas indicated that he was meeting with Sunbury on the 14th to discuss the potential of annexing the North Point residential hotels to Sunbury. Until and I guess assuming that we have resolution on that in the nearish future, the Yates property, the Elysian apartments, do not anticipate starting construction until, I think we said late 2024, early 2025. So we're not falling behind on the JED, but the sooner we can get it up and running, the better.
Absolutely. Now, when he says start construction, are we talking about the apartments or are we talking about infrastructure to the apartments?
I don't think he gave me that specificity. I was merely asking when he anticipated beginning the construction. And he indicated, let me just see what's going on. Here we go. He put me in contact with their representative who would be working on this, and looped them in and indicated just simply a delay starting the construction until we can get a reduction in the cost that would bring the economics of the prospect back to a positive territory for us. The pace of establishing the JED up to us.
Define us.
Us to you, I assume the township. And then my best guess is that we're looking at 25 start at this point. That's all I have. So that's all for the JED, unless there's anything else. Okay, brings us to Cheshire Road and widening easements and fiber.
So I did make a meeting with Gudenkopf and Steve Lewis we reviewed, the parameters again. And I told them that I wanted to have the estimate as possible for tonight. They said that they would try, but it was unlikely, and it proved to be true. So my anticipation is that I'll have, that and maybe a recommendation at the next meeting. And I will ask again, I had hoped that we would get something in regards to the easement in writing from the prosecutor's office for tonight, but we did not have that.
Okay.
I'm not assured that it will happen at the next meeting, but that is what I'm trying for.
Okay,
And that's my update.
thank you for your work on that. I know it's not easy corralling a number of parties together on this, but it's definitely gonna be worth it. Township administrator position, okay. So, spoke with Dave very briefly, sent the revision. He indicated that, we can specify, the board can specify which individual specifically would be reporting to a township administrator. It does not have to be department heads.
Okay.
There wasn't anything special about writing that in. I asked about, could we, insert rather than saying the board, could we insert in certain places that we had identified to say that the board liaison, and he didn't have a problem with that. So I sent him the revisions that we had done in addition to indicating, I didn't write the specific positions that would be reporting to it. What I did was I wrote directly supervising any township position as specified by the board. So that we had that flexibility outside of the job description to be able to alter that. He approved it this afternoon and I've sent it to you all. So I think at this point, there's been no changes to the edits that we made last time. The only thing that we need to discuss is salary. I did reach out to a number of different townships, and so I have Orange Township, whose the salary of the administrator is at $123. Keep in mind, I mean, these are very large townships. Just Genoa Township, whose township administrator is at $134,066.99, and he's been there for quite some time, always.
That's a pretty precise number.
That's what was sent to me, so, and then Berkshire Township, who probably is the most recent and most comparable to us, even though they're half of our size, brought in their township administrator at $120. I did also find, but I wasn't sure about how comfortable we felt with utilizing townships outside of our area. But I did also find, 70s, 80s, 90s ranges. And so I don't think it would be unreasonable to do something where we say, here's the range of the position and see what comes in. Whatever that high and low is. The other thing that was suggested we may consider is, do we want a township administrator or do we want a director of operations?
Which is a very different.
Which is a very different species, but as I was speaking with Dave about our conversation as a board, he wondered if we might not be really wanting a director of operations and not a township administrator. I said, well, elaborate on that a bit, because I think if I got our sense from our last conversation right, if we had the right person, we really do want an administrator. But a lot of our fear is rooted in administrators going awry in other townships and historically and those kinds of things. And so we want to figure out a way to caution against that. And he said, well, just bring it up to the board, see if they would prefer, if we would prefer to go a director of operations route, that would take away some of the, Ohio Revised Code and some of the statute weight of that position. And I said, okay, I'll bring it up, so I'm bringing it up. The other thing he said was, really, it could help you get down the cost of
Right.
that as
Right.
well.
So, I'll stick with what I said before. If we got the right, perfect person, I prefer the township administrator. But I would only want the right, perfect person, and I wouldn't want to go down in amount so much, although these numbers are higher than what I want to go. But I wouldn't want to bring it down just to get a lower cost, because if they're at a lower cost, I want the director of operations and not the township administrator.
I agree.
So why don't we do this? Because why don't we post for the administrator? Why don't we have a range that we actually think we would like to pay that administrator? See what applications come in. We're under absolutely no pressure to fill that position if we don't feel like we are getting the ideal candidate. But if we get a really, really good candidate, and we could look at adding the director of operations position and filling that instead of the administrator.
Right.
Does that sound good? I am curious to see what appetite there is for this. I have been reached out to by 2 people already who just knew because of request. And there seems to be some interest percolating.
Well, there are, okay, this is good and bad. There are those that would want it because of the title, because it's a stepping stone to another one. But there are those who would want it because of the title.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I have no idea who reached out to you.
Yeah.
And they may be very high qualified, just what we want, or they may be just wanting the title.
I thought it was interesting. Most of the time when you're talking about this issue, you don't have people kind of, so.
Well, it has prestige.
It certainly does. It certainly does. So I think that what we need to do is establish the range and open the position. I would like to take our time with candidates. And so what I'm thinking is, let's soft launch the recruitment, put it on the website, share out on social media. We don't need to go with Indeed or broad search. And let's plan on accepting applications through a certain date before we review any of them.
Right.
Is that okay?
But in the motion to do that, if we do that, I would like to have that in this deadline. It's anticipated that unless the right perfect candidate happens, we intend to extend it.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if there's somebody that says, oh, I was the best and you didn't, we can say, well, it was intended that it would likely be extended.
Yeah, maybe we have to word that in terms of like first round of applicant considerations.
Yes.
Okay. So what's the price range that?
So this is what's in my head, but I'm not firm. 85 to 105.
Okay. Where are you at?
I think I said 130 last time.
Okay.
And it could easily be 95 to 130. Okay.
Mhm.
But for the right person that will do a good job for us, they're worth every penny.
Could we,
Well, we haven't heard your number.
could we split the difference then on these and say something like 90 to 125?
That's not exactly in the middle.
I didn't say middle difference. I didn't say what percentage.
So what was your?
I was still, so I was very surprised by, I think that the administrators that we were talking about in the respective townships are worth every penny that they're getting. So that's not the question. I was just surprised at the amount. And when I thought about it later, those administrators are doing a whole lot more. I mean, they're overseeing,
Parks and things like that too.
and staff that's 20 deep sometimes, in terms of their org structure. And I don't think we're there. And then I look over at Berkshire and I see it, oh, well, they're a little bit more comparable, but they have the legal expertise over there, So I would probably do 85 to 125 myself as far as a range.
Are you okay with that? Okay, let's-
I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that for the right person, I'm willing to go what it takes to get it.
So what I think I'm hearing is, what I really think I'm hearing is 85 to 130. And that's the whole range, my low to his high.
Yeah, maybe.
Because if we had the perfect candidate, I would go with what you're saying. I just don't think the perfect candidate's out
I mean,
there. Are you saying get Paul Weiss to us?
I think that what Paul Weiss would do here would be significantly less than his responsibilities that you know it right now, which is why I don't feel, that's why I was thinking 120 initially. That's why I'm a little bit less than the 130. Because I don't think that our size meets the same requirements that Genoa and Orange demand right now. But I do think it's as much, if not more, than Berkshire,
Right,
and they're at 120.
right.
So that's kind of where I'm, the 120 to 125 for a perfect candidate sort of thing, scenario.
Okay, so let's bring the lower up a little to either 90 or 95.
Mhm.
Well, we're back to what you said, aren't we?
It's fine, whatever you want. It's your suggestion.
Well, the thing is, to get an administrator, we're not really gonna get to 85.
If we're gonna do
But-
80, then we can do a director of operations.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, is the advantage to doing that is that if they're really a director of operations, they would apply and say, oh, we've got this. That's really where that lower number is helpful. It's not really for the administrator, but that's an end around to get a different position, which I'm not sure is really the smartest way to go about it.
Yeah, so let's do 90 to 125-ish.
Okay.
Your suggestion?
No, I came to your suggestion.
90 to 125-ish, the right person. And then, all right, so as far as a couple of things here. So we're gonna need to approve the job description and open the position, right, and declare it vacant. Okay, move to approve the job description for the township administrator sent on November 13th to the trustees and fiscal officer, and open the position and declare it vacant at this time.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rayo.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Would you like me to add that into the minutes?
Mhm.
Will you send that to me?
What?
The
Oh, the job description?
job description.
Yeah, thank you,
stuff.
sorry. Yeah. And then, move to authorize trustee Rail to post for the township administrator on social media, on the township designated social media and township website, and approve the range for the position at 90 to 125. with the application, first round of application period set to, expire on December 20, December 20th. And
Which may be extended.
may be extended based on applicant pooling candidates to a second round of applications. Convoluted, but it is. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Chair, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Okay, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Remind me what we did for so we're not meeting on Christmas Day, are we?
No.
Are we meeting at a different time, or did we decide to just not have that in the meeting room?
I thought it was the 26th or so. I thought it was the 26th. But I don't know.
Okay,
It's in the order.
yeah. All right. So let me send the township administrator. That brings us to the next item, Parks and Trails report. So, feedback on the Parks and Trails report, that was sent a couple weeks ago. We have a Parks and Trails, our final meeting for this year is on Wednesday at 6:30 here. And the only thing left on that report is the executive summary, which the Parks and Trails Committee is going to complete. And then any of you guys' feedback that you want to have incorporated before it goes to the final, this is the time to provide it. So what we'll do is we'll take any feedback from you all, we'll do the executive summary, the committee will. They've done incredible work throughout this past year. And we'll send that off to Work C, and then that will conclude our time at Work C on the technical assistance program. If you guys don't have anything to share
Oh, I
right
do.
now, we can always,
I do, but it was sent on October 23rd, wasn't it?
I think so. So I was gonna say, if you have feedback, but we don't want to go through it, you can always just send the feedback to.
No, I'd like it in the
Okay.
meeting minutes, but I want to find the report.
Do you mind sending that to me? Which is fine. Yeah, I meant offline for us.
I was thinking it was the 23rd, I don't see it.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you find that, Trustee O'Brien?
Mhm. Was it sent from you?
Yeah, I forwarded it. Here, let me see. It's like. It looks like, yeah, it was 23rd at 5:10 PM.
What's the,
From the Berlin Township Technical Assistant Program draft.
okay. Okay, so it might be easier to start with things that I see as deal killers and then go to things I want. if you know what I mean.
From
So,
the draft, or just generally?
both.
Okay,
So, Trustee Bullard, I think that you may need to weigh in on this because I doubt that we are in total agreement. So the first thing is that I'm not willing to approve a plan that connects to outside areas, which is their main goal, unless and until it connects to areas that have restrooms. So that means bringing in, as they suggest, Allen Creek, a state park. And once that's done, that negates the problem that I have on connecting to outside entities. Because I don't want to bring somebody in from Cleveland that can not have a place to use a restroom. I'm just not interested in that. So that's the first. The second is that any trail that we have to maintain, I don't want to have an effect until we have a levy that maintains that trail, okay? And that is specifically addressing the maintenance of it and can only be used for that and not construction.
I can agree to that.
Okay. But that's not in here, but in order to approve it, I would want that in here. So those are the deal killers to me. If it doesn't address that, then I'm not going to be for it.
So the restroom thing, I don't know that, I understand what the concern is. And I don't know, I'm trying to understand why that would be a deal breaker, because the way that the plan is mapped out right now, it has major conduits, Cheshire Road, Lackey Old State, Africa, and 3637. Obviously, that's surrounding the Allen Creek area primarily. So I want to just make certain I understand what the concern is, because let's say somebody goes from the Ohio to Erie Trail and they get off on the 3637 connector and they're following through. Well, there's going to be tons of businesses and opportunities for people who, let's say, are biking to downtown Delaware. I'm just trying to exemplify what you're saying. To stop and use the restroom. By contrast, if they're going down Lackey Old State, well, that connects to Allen Creek, which is fine to you because there's something available there. So I want to understand where you think the real problem is for lack of restrooms on a multi-use trail.
Well, because it goes to the prioritization. So if the ones that are two that happen first, there isn't a problem.
Okay,
But if it isn't, there is a problem, and I'm not okay with that.
so
So
did you have the opportunity to look at the prioritization?
I did, and I don't agree with it particularly.
All right, what don't you agree with?
Okay, so I'm not in agreement necessarily with the power line one. That was
Okay, but you're not in disagreement with it. Here, let me bring it up. Like you don't, am I hearing you say you don't see it as purposeful, or you don't see it as a good, I mean,
I don't see it as doable. They make it sound like the power lines own the land and there's an easement there, but they don't own the land. They have an easement.
I think they do own the land
I don't think
for
they
the
do.
lines that they identify.
So you're saying they own the land and they let the people farm underneath the power lines?
I think they have the ability to do that. They started a program so they can grant easements. This is happening all around the state, in my understanding. They can grant the easements to construct trails. They've done it with, like natural restorative pollinators underneath the power lines.
So this
Yeah.
subdivision development, Pyatt Preserve West, they put ponds under it. So how are you gonna put a trail through a pond?
Okay, so I think we actually did talk about that, oddly. The power line that was identified was the one up north, though. It wasn't,
Consolidated? Consolidated doesn't,
it goes through Dale Ford.
well, they both go through Deal.
Yeah, the northern portion of Dale Ford, up north, near Curve.
Okay,
Okay.
but that's not what's on the map.
This is so the priorities were Africa Road, Old State, Hyatt, 3637, Berlin Station Road, Cheshire Road, Beach Blow, Hollenbeck, and high voltage line, power line easements. And then they specifically talk about tying in, what was that?
Okay, so can you point out where it says these are the priority?
The following identified roadways should be targeted for future.
But that's not the priority.
Well, and then the map,
No, there's a list that has priority, and that's not that list.
download this.
Who said the power line easement covered trails?
Morrissey, Jonathan Miller. And then I contacted, AEP.
Did they agree?
They referred me to somebody else because I contacted them specifically about, growing community gardens and stuff like that underneath the power lines. And they said they do have a, program that they allow that for, but it's episodic. I can forward you that in a second. Let me get this up. Where is the map? Here we go. Action plan, short-term interventions.
Okay, here's the priority. 3637, Cheshire Road,
Yeah,
high voltage power lines,
Yeah.
Old State Lackey. It's not Africa. That would take them to restrooms.
well, but that was by our recommendation. That was by our recommendation as committee because of the opportunity on Lackey Old State to not disrupt homes versus on Africa to disrupt homes. And what we said was you could go down Lackey Old State and over the Cheshire Bridge and then come up to boat ramp right there. My concern is how close. I guess I understand the ability to get to a bathroom, but I don't understand if you have it within a mile radius and you're biking, why it's a deal breaker.
Well, you didn't say that it would be within a mile radius.
Well,
A
let's
path
just-
to them.
Okay.
Maybe that would be sufficient.
So let's identify how close you think would be necessary to say it's a deal breaker,
Okay,
right? Because if we can say that, then that gives us something to be able to operate from,
okay, right,
right?
right. And I think that's totally reasonable, because what that does, so let's say Cheshire Road was built, that would require a spur going from Cheshire Road down Old State to an area that has a restaurant.
Yeah,
Well, and if that was done, it would meet the parameters.
yeah,
But if it's not done, it wouldn't meet the parameters.
yeah. So what is, I guess, what is the radius that we should use in your mind with respect to bathroom accessibility for those on a multi-use trail?
Well, what do you think is reasonable? So a mile would be a half mile there and a half mile back, that's a mile.
I personally don't think that we should be making the decision based on, like, for example, 1 mile radius, because you think about what the
So
target is.
why don't you take that concern to the committee and
Yeah.
then have them reasonably address it? And if it's reasonable, I can be reasonable, but if it's not reasonable, and they say, then I'm not gonna go for it.
Do you think, I think what could be reasonable would be more of a timing to access. Like, could you generally get there in an average walk of, a walk of an average pace of 20 minutes, or an average pace bike ride in 10 minutes, or something like that, versus, it's a less objective measure, but I'm not sure that, because I feel that if you're coming through and you're, particularly if you're on 36 in Cheshire, those aren't lending themselves to stop, relax, enjoy nature. They're transients, and they're connectors to Allen Creek, downtown Delaware, right? Maybe schools,
Right,
maybe
well, that's another.
business park.
That's another thing that I am not comfortable with the priority, because what I would do, okay, I'm mixing things, but, so you understand the bathroom thing, if you can come to a reasonable solution, I can be reasonable. But,
So it's not a deal breaker. per se.
well, it's a deal breaker if it's not reasonable. If it doesn't happen, so let's say, they say Cheshire Road doesn't go like the Old State or Africa Road to 1, it's a deal breaker, that's a no.
But when you say to 1, it's like, okay, so does like a bathroom accessible at Cheshire Market count?
No, that's not public. They shouldn't
But
have
there's
to.
accessibility
Okay,
there.
that's exactly what I don't want to have happen, because I don't want business to have to make it so that they are responsible for all these people coming from Cleveland to Cincinnati. I think that's unreasonable. I don't want that.
Okay,
That is the deal
okay.
breaker to me, because that's what residents have said that they don't want.
Mhm.
I've had other people be more unpleasant about it, but
Well, I think I get a better sense of your concern. So it would be some kind of, I don't know that we agree on what would be considered reasonable. Let's just be clear on that. But I hear what you're saying, and I'll bring it to the committee. And then I do agree on the second point, and then you mentioned something about schools.
yes, I think that should be the priority, and they mentioned having schools,
Yeah,
but they
those-
didn't really. And, okay, so here's the road that I think that they have dropped the ball on. Because they talked about the ditches being too deep. But I think Hollenbach needs to be a priority road because it connects to other priority roads and it has a school on it, which is the whole point of connectivity, not the whole point, but
Okay.
an important point, because they talk about grants and school, safety to school kind of thing, and I think that would be higher on it. So I think there should be one going on there, and with Evans Farm, I think that's the perfect place for it to be. So I would make that a priority. I just,
Would you also make Pyatt a priority?
Yes.
It was kind of interesting.
Because we have
because-
more schools on it. And
Yeah.
It did not used to be a priority for me before. When we built, widening Pyatt Road, I was opposed to it at that point in time. But since then, we've got 2 more schools on Pyatt.
Right. Well, and that was kind of interesting. This was a point of feedback that I was going to share on Wednesday, but we spent a lot of time speaking with them about there's like some walk to school or school
Yes.
connect grant. Spent a lot of time talking about that. We were all on the same page. We even had Tangi out for one of our meetings, talking through it. And I was surprised to not see Pyatt as the prioritized because, and I specifically brought up our board's point previously, which was the favorability of trails is directly proportional to the use of the trails. And the fact that we have so many kids, we need to provide safe walking, it will be used. That's an easy win to me amongst this board in terms of putting in a trail.
Right, and another reason why the cone back should be done is because of safety issues on, because it's unlikely they're gonna widen the viaduct or bridge or whatever you wanna call it on Lackey Old, or on South Old State. And so what would be safe for the people who are less skilled is to take Lewis Center, it would be Lewis Center to Old State, up to Berlin Township, and then cut across on home back up Hyatt to go to the schools and things like that. And if they want to cut back to Cheshire Road, they can do that.
Yeah, I wanted to avoid a little bit of the, everything pretty much before Cheshire though on Old State and have it go from Shanahan to Hyatt up to Cheshire over to Old State.
Okay,
But the
so,
orange route takes you on the old state directly up. The orange trails, they have that new connector on Lewis Center Road,
okay,
okay? And they were talking about having a potential trail go up, South Old State. Which then would make sense to exactly what you're saying, where you could go up and then you could cut across Holland back up Hyatt. And then you can either continue on Hyatt and then, Hyatt Rolson Hyatt, right?
right, which they never call Rolls and Hyatt. They talk about, and I don't like the terminus at Berlin Station, because that's what they are recommending. And I think if we were to adopt this plan, it should be all of Hyatt, all of Rolls and Hyatt, and all of Rolls. Because that takes you to what would be the 3637, which is one of their priorities. Which is,
I agree with that.
okay.
See, we have way more in common than we do not in common.
We have much in common, but there's still pillars that you don't have.
I don't. What about you? Did you have any good sense? Oh, I'm sorry, did you have anything else?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did
So,
you want to add anything to what we have said so far?
I got a caution. And my caution is where the road is built in parkland. That land was originally owned by Corps of Engineers. And the Corps of Engineers built the roads where they go across there, and then they gave it to the county. Okay, and what they gave to the county, I don't know. I haven't seen the paperwork that says whether they give them a road right of way or whether they give them a right of way for a road and trails. Because I think the Corps of Engineers probably still has, and the Corps of Engineers is key. The rest of them don't matter. Okay, the EPA, the parks, all that sort of stuff, none of that matters until the Corps of Engineers agrees to it. And I think Lackey Old State and Africa Road has huge sections of roadway that's built on Corps of Engineers land.
It's not ODNR.
no,
No,
they run
ODNR
it,
doesn't own anything.
they run it, but they don't
They
own it.
run it.
They use it, lease it, and they operate it for the Corps of Engineers. The Corps of Engineers owns it all. The Army Corps of Engineers.
So just cautionary there. Thank you. I'm gonna add that.
And part of where I'm coming from is there was talk of a sewage treatment plant on Big Run Road
Mhm.
years ago, and everybody approved it, everybody thought it was gone, the county went to buying land, they bought land and all that sort of stuff. Everybody's approved it, EPA said it's good, all this, but Corps of Engineers said, ain't good.
Then
You're-
like
you're
how many
coming
trees
here.
it took down.
And so the plant didn't happen. And so you need to be really careful of that with those roadways where the Corps of Engineers owns the land, because what they gave for the right of way may not be,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not saying it will go along the trail.
Yeah,
It very well could go along the trail.
yeah, sure.
But that's a T that needs to be crossed.
What else,
We're
Trustee
really-
O'Brien, did you have?
Okay, so when we go into their recommendations, the action plan. Oh, no, the other trail priority, I think that should be there, that's not on here at all, is North Road, again, connecting a school. So if Orange is going to have a path on Shanahan,
Mhm.
I think it should connect to North Road so that it goes up to Shale Meadows.
North Road's gonna become a very major road.
Right.
In the future.
You're talking about the other side, like you're talking
Our
about,
road side.
yeah, okay.
Because if you've seen the engineer's plan, it goes up and then it curves over and it goes into.
Goes right by the
North Road.
school and half of it's built.
Right.
Through the,
Half of the road is built or half of the school?
half the road. School's already there.
Yeah, well, and then the, right over is the new school now.
And here's the reason why. Because of the pedestrian bridge that we have coming.
Where is the pedestrian bridge?
Where Evans Farm is building the pedestrian bridge.
Okay,
I bet they come in for a plan review and ask for that to be deleted. But it's there, and I think it needs to be built. That's what makes it a walkable community, and that's why we have the path on High Road,
Mhm.
we have the path on North Road, and that overpass is exactly what makes it a walkable community, and you get the density that they request. Without that walking path over the bridge, I don't think they should have the density, because it's not a walkable community, which reduces the number of cars so that you can have higher density. If you have, you don't have the walkability, then there shouldn't be the density, because you got all these cars.
Mhm.
If you haven't been on North Road lately, the old houses and stuff, I drove it today and they're gone.
Gone.
And buildings and all that sort of stuff.
Anything else?
So going back to I will have a hard time approving without documentation that power line path works, because you've also got to cross the railroad. So and where that, power lines across the railroad, I just don't think is a viable place. So I really have a problem with that path. Now, maybe for a section of it, it might work. There might be a section that connects to other paths that might make sense, and if that does, and the land is available, I don't have a problem with that. But just connecting, all the way from Lackey Old State Road to Shanahan or 23, I just don't see it.
And my thinking on it is I prefer the Pyatt and Rolson Pyatt Road, because it's in the center of the people. And Lackey Old State, north of where I live, is pretty isolated.
Right.
And it's always gonna be pretty
Well,
isolated.
what I liked about it was the connection for the restrooms and the public accessibility.
So,
That's what I like.
so if it has a purpose,
Yeah.
then it has a purpose because people will use it. But if there's not a purpose, then it's a waste of money.
Right.
So, I mean, if I were to be thinking this, the first one that I would want to build is Pilot, and the second one I would want to build is Cheshire. The third one would probably be 36, 37. Those would probably about haul back in there too, because if Orange comes up Old State, then Old
The
State
other-
becomes more.
the
What would your top one be?
The other big plus for Lackey also is you got the, Owl Creek campground.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So you got a campground, you got the, I mean, that's really a big deal.
But you could take it from Cheshire down to there, I mean, so are there restrooms there? Because there are not restrooms right at,
Put the building there to,
Mhm.
but they're not public restrooms, are they? Because, are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Because I thought they wouldn't let people in there.
They close it for some of the season.
So if we could determine its accessibility and when it's
and
accessible.
you got restrooms at the boat ramp, you got restrooms
Yeah.
at the beach, you got restrooms.
Well, right, so those are south, but I'm talking about coming from Cheshire Road. So, because there might be a section that doesn't connect there. Well, it connects, but you have to get on the roadway, which isn't good for kids. But an expert.
And there's,
Well, yeah, a lot of this is, a lot of what we have in the township right now is.
Well, that's what they say, yeah. But if you make it accessible for the schools, you want it to be accessible for kids. If it's not going to be accessible for a kid along the schools, I think it's pointless, and I would not be for that. It's got to be made kid friendly.
Mhm. Did you have a prioritization of what your sense of the prioritization should be? Did you agree with Trustee O'Brien?
yeah, I don't have a real preference one way or the other.
For me, it
Except
was-
what the people are.
Yeah, for me, it definitely was pie it all the way up. Because and Orange is planning to put the path in on the south side of Shanahan. So for me, it was thinking through the kind of kids passageway, if you will. And so starting on Shanahan and 23, going up Hyatt Road. I wasn't really thinking along in the North Road area as a priority, but going up Hyatt Road, definitely going across Holland back then to hit Arrowhead, but keeping on going up straight. And then you have the new elementary school, then Cheshire Middle School, High School. And then you get pretty close to, and thinking through that connection potentially to the Olentangy property on Sweeney, or two. So, and I think that could be built out if you went straight up to 36, 37, and then you have all these schools kind of connected
Yes.
through this pathway.
So I have a question, and totally agree with that. Using
I
those
love
words.
that just delights me.
Where does the Shanahan Road terminate? Does it go all the way to Pike, or does it terminate at North Road?
What Rob said was it goes out to Shanahan, will go out to where Pyatt is now. And then you will make a left turn, go up, and then you'll make a right turn and go down Hall back.
But is Orange gonna put a path that entire road?
I think what they said was up to the railroad track. I don't know though.
And that would be why North Road would be important.
Yeah.
And it might be, well, because we've got the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah. Every time you say the pedestrian bridge, for 2 years now. If it doesn't come out in exactly that shape, it's gonna be disappointing.
If it comes out in any shape, I would be well pleased.
I do agree with you guys' prioritization for the roads that we selected to prioritize. I will certainly bring up these items on Wednesday in hopes of getting some of this feedback integrated. I'm gonna try to address the bathroom issue, but I don't know that that's a deal breaker for me if I can give a good reasonableness about the bathrooms to have to go to the extent of, if it's not within, 1.65 miles of any given point in time, then I'm not gonna support it. I think that's a little bit of a position that we can tease out a little bit more.
You can tease it out, but I can vote no.
Yeah, sure, but I don't want you to vote no.
I know, and I know you're going to try.
Yeah,
You're going to try,
exactly.
and I understand that, but I also want you to understand, you may try hard and may not work, and then I may vote no.
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable with
Two
that,
things to
with
push,
my position at least.
two things to
Yeah.
push for in writing is the power line easement
Yeah,
and making sure that they can use it, and it needs to be in writing by somebody that knows what they're talking about, not somebody that feels good about it. And the Corps of Engineers needs to give a letter saying that it's okay to put a trail through the park.
On both 36, 37 and Cheshire Road, and well, really all of them, because you got Africa, you got Old
Because
State and Lac Old State, and
I know we had that conversation and approval and discussion with the park manager for ODNR.
Yeah.
But
that is different.
yeah, that is different, and so I think that having, that same conversation with, because we have, I think the name is Sylvia, Army Corps, she's the manager for this area. And, so I think ODNR was going to approach her about, they wanted to do a 26.2, trail loop,
And
a marathon loop in.
and it might be nice if we could coordinate some with that, so they're
Yeah,
paying
right.
for some and we're paying for a connection to that or something, I don't know.
Yeah,
Because that is something people will use,
exactly, yeah,
if it's not deer hunting season.
yeah.
I'm fiddling with my phone, but we had a 9 o'clock that we're late on.
Oh, okay, let's do that, thank you guys, this is great feedback, I'll take it in, so, this is, we need to go to an executive session, okay. Move to go into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22G.
Is it 4?
G. For preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment. So
It's number 4.
with, G4, with the Board of Trustees, Teresa Taylor and
Dave Riepenhoff by phone.
Dave Riepenhoff by phone, council.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion. Please call roll.
Rayo,
Yes.
Fuller,
yes,
O'Brien.
Yes. Oh, chief.
Just.
Move to return
Hold
to,
on.
sorry, Chief.
Okay.
Move to return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion. Please call roll.
Rayo,
Yes.
Fuller,
yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Alright, move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22 G for preparing for conducting and reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment, with members present of the Board of Trustees, Teresa Taylor, David Riepenhoff, our council, and the fire chief.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion. Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rayo.
Sorry about that.
This shouldn't take over an hour.
Move to return to regular session from executive session.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rayo.
Yes. Okay, we did meet in executive session. No actions were taken and no decisions were made. Do we need to go into executive session later, trustee board, for personnel matters or any other matters today? Trustee board?
No.
Okay. Trustee O'Brien, do we have anything else that we needed to recess into executive session for?
No, not for this meeting.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so that brings us down to high capacity scanner quotes. We do not have action on that. Kathy has not had the opportunity to get the quotes to us. Next topic is Dale Ford water flow. Trustee Bullard, you mentioned, I think, asking around about that a little bit, as related to the development.
Ask questions and we've been told that there's nothing we can do to change the road design at this point. And, not that we can do anything in the future either, but right now, there's nothing we can do.
I noticed they were working on it, and I'm not sure what they were doing.
Why not? That they had to cut the banks back, so at one point, I know that had to happen.
It looked like they put in almost like a French drain. I don't know. It was pipe. I don't know what they were doing.
Did
I'll
you
take
hear anything
a
about
look
that?
at it,
Yeah,
but I know that had to be, they had quite a bit of work to do there. There was a water outlet from the tonsils. That wasn't complete by any means, but it was made so that if there was a big storm,
It wouldn't
it would
be catastrophic. So are they also going to plug in?
Are they actually going to, your question?
thank you. I think that was switching.
Do we also know whether the stone facing is that the right size?
It was last time.
If they're going to put stone facing on that?
But no, I did not ask that.
didn't
I
know.
thought that was in the plan.
Somebody was gonna ask.
I didn't.
Because I don't know if that's a zoning issue or if it's a road issue.
I asked, I asked about it, yeah. Thanks, and Jake actually looked into that, and I sent along his response to all of you. Okay, no problem, I did barely remember it myself, I think it was about a month ago. Okay, inlets. Yes. Could you review the plans for Berlin Farms West, Pipe Preserve East, and Old Arbor East, specifically the reference inlets, outlets? Was that the question?
Well, I don't know if it's really Berlin Farms West or if it's Berlin Farms for that on Dale Ford Road. And I don't know if he specifically looked at that particular site as to whether that's covered, because that's sort of unique.
So he says Berlin Farm West currently had stone facing on the inlets, outlets of the pond, no stone facade at this time. And then he sent to that. So do you want me to ask about Berlin Farm specifically?
Well, the outlet on Dale Ford Road, if that's going to be stone faced.
Well, but that's not the question. The question really is, was it required
That's
in the
my
Berlin
question.
Farm?
Or Berlin Farm West.
Well, it
whichever.
wasn't Berlin Farm West. It was.
Okay.
Because I was.
See, I don't know whether that outlet's for Berlin Farm West as well as Berlin Farm, or if it's just Berlin Farm. I don't know the engineer.
So what
Do
it
you
said,
know?
I don't know. I know they're both in line.
Right, yeah. It said, all exposed man-made materials installed and around stormwater management basins shall be covered with stone or other natural or natural-looking materials.
Yes, and is that for?
Berlin Farm West,
Okay.
which is the one I worked on. Berlin Farm, though, was just before me.
Right.
So I don't know what the language is, I can look at it, but I thought you had asked
Because-
about Berlin Farm West.
I get it. But I'm also asking for this.
Now you're asking for
Yes.
this one, okay. So here, I'm gonna re-forward those three to you, because you had questions
No.
on all three of them.
Well, except for I did see that one, and I did see the answer to that one.
Oh, okay,
I understand the answer.
but did you see the meeting minutes too? Did you want to see
No,
those?
I think I'm okay with that. This one is a specifically different, unique animal because it's so far away from the pond.
So,
It's not technically a dead wall, it's a.
But it's an inlet or an outlet, and I think that's how we worded it.
Mm,
I would be surprised if you guys ended up wording it that way, because we worked through that language as one of the first ones when I started, and Berlin Farm was right before I started.
But we had been wordsmithing it individually up to that point in time.
Okay,
So we had been addressing it,
What-
but we were not consistent in what we said. We
yeah.
thought we were, but I don't think that we actually were.
So why don't I, because I can't say, does the Dale Ford one say that? What I can request though is just what does it say about inlets, outlets, and Berlin Farm?
There you
And then I can describe to Jake what we're looking for.
same one. Did we do the life fast as scanner?
Yeah, we don't have to post yet, so we're gonna bring that next time.
Were you able to talk to the people at the records department, any chance?
It was interesting, I mentioned it to Kathy, and she just hasn't been able to work on it at all. So I mentioned it to Kathy, and then there was, because I remember our conversation, and there was nothing referenced in the meeting minutes. I asked Claudia about it. I thought you had said in the meeting that they have loaned out scanners or something like that, like that they have helped with projects like that in the past.
I think they've done copying, but I don't know that
They've helped, they've offered their assistance. Okay,
Maybe, I was just gonna talk to the lady that, she's right there, it's quick, if she's there.
yeah. Well, I wanted, I had requested for Kathy to get the quotes and potentially reach out to the records, and she hasn't had time to do that yet.
Okay,
But it's still on the radar, for sure.
okay.
Okay. I'm gonna send that email to Jake. Right now. All right, where's my meeting? Here we go. Next item is, we went through cemetery, we went through fire department, and we need to discuss assistant chief position.
So Chief, do you want to just update us on those that submitted the applications that were on Indeed or?
I reached out and spoke to the one gentleman who said he was going to submit an application. I don't know if he did or not. I haven't received anything from Claudia. I was also told two other local persons were interested and told me that they were filling out the applications and submitting it. And I haven't received anything from Claudia.
So obviously we're not gonna reach out to her in the next couple of days, but, I think that I feel that we have a good applicant pool
Yeah, I
for us to
think
be
we
able to
should.
make a decision soon, right?
I think we should still probably move forward here soon with some sort of interview process.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think? Okay.
I don't really want to preclude if they have something that.
Yeah.
But we could have a second round, but we don't have to wait to do a first round.
Correct.
Well, you might, for those that have already sent in their information,
That's what I mean.
you might just get it and just schedule it, if they're a good candidate.
So, but when we get to the like top two candidates, on that kind of position, I think the board should be involved. Just like when it comes to fiscal officer, I'm not fiscal officer, township administrator or.
Well, I think
something
we
like
should
that.
all pretty much get involved in that.
So I think assistant chief is almost,
Yeah.
I would be most comfortable.
Okay,
But-
if that's most comfortable for you.
But I want to get it down to like the final two candidates. I
Yeah.
don't want the board to be, and I think that the applicants need to know that there will be a final interview process of.
I think at the executive level, it's a pretty standard process.
Yeah, I guess the one thing is just logistically, I don't want us to have to meet as a board in a special meeting. If you guys feel that if you guys are in a strong consensus about who your top candidate is, even if there's
Well,
two,
if
but
there-
if one's like clearly,
Okay, I will
Right.
know after we do this whether I
right,
have that level, but my hope is we have a lot of highly qualified and we can get it down to two. And
sure.
so that's my
Sure.
thought.
So I trust you guys to make a decision, and if you feel that you have two highly qualified and would like me and trustee board, or the board as a whole, or individually, however, to be engaged, that's fine.
Well, if the board does, I'd like the whole board to do it.
Okay.
What do you think of that, trustee board? Are you okay with that? That, okay.
Okay, so you guys will commence the interview process over the next few weeks? 2 weeks?
Do we know when Claudia's expected to be back in the office?
Well, no, we don't, but you guys can still set up the interviews for the applications that you currently have, right?
Well, I haven't seen the one gentleman from Indeed or the other three that said they were applying.
Right, but we've reviewed a number of applications up to this point in time.
It's two, as far as I'm aware.
We've received like a lot, haven't we?
Not actual applications, which is what we said in, I think, the last executive session we required.
There were several Indeed type responses.
Oh, okay.
Of the Indeed, we narrowed that down to two, and of those two, one gentleman, responded to my inquiries.
We have more than two applicants from Indeed, right, in consideration?
Just two, or narrowed it down at the last, we had four we were considering, and it was 2 and 2.
From Indeed,
Correct.
but we have other applicants outside of Indeed as well that we can interview.
Only 2 that I'm aware.
2 from Indeed and 2 additional.
Only one from Indeed, and I haven't had confirmation that he actually followed through after our conversation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my concern. If we could, as soon as we find out when we have confirmed that we have a bigger pool,
But you don't need to have a pool of, if you know that there's people that you want to interview, you can still bring them in as soon as you know that you want to interview them. You guys don't need to have a pool of 6 people to bring into an interview. You can do one now, one next week.
I wasn't considering the internal applicant either though. So we have one internal, two applicants that I know that we reviewed.
But the internal one has filled out an application, right?
I believe so, but
So-
again, I haven't received.
Can we be clear about what we're talking about in terms of true, genuine applicants? We have two from Indeed that we talked about as a board,
We did,
and then we have another one. Do we have two other ones outside of Indeed?
correct, but let me clarify, on the Indeed of those two that we narrowed down, I reached out to both. And only one returned a phone call.
Yeah, I got it on
Okay.
Indeed. But total applicants, we have who we could interview. We have two.
Plus an internal. So at minimum, we have 3.
So has he
Okay.
sent the application to Claudia?
If he sent, yes, if he sent it in, yes.
So have him copy it to you,
I can, I'll reach out to him tomorrow.
and then get that to me this week.
Sure.
But we only have two applicants total, including the internal, because the one from Indeed, one did not call you back and one did.
One
We
did
have
call.
one applicant from Indeed that has completed the application that you have.
I don't know if he's completed it.
Okay,
I don't,
but
I
he's
have
spoken
not.
to you,
He spoke to me, I sent him the application to complete,
and the other one did not call you back.
did not.
We have one Indeed applicant, we have one internal applicant at this time,
And 2 external, not from Indeed.
and two external not from Indeed who have said that they have applied or were going to.
I confirmed that they did. I have 2 more that called me and said they were applying.
Okay, so potential of 6.
Correct. I haven't had the confirmation other than the 2, because what we asked for was for her to send them so we could kind of review them.
So we have 4 applicants we could interview right now.
I believe that's correct.
So do you want to conduct the interviews over the next couple of weeks and bring forward your finalists for the meeting on the 11th?
That's being aggressive. I was thinking of holding interviews on the 8th. Does that work for you?
December, I assume,
Yes.
that's a duty date for me, I'd rather not.
Uh,
Because the 5th is a duty date that I have to get off for, fact finding.
so we're talking about doing it on the 11th probably.
That's fine.
That's a duty date as well, but
Oh, well then the 12th, which is after.
Could you do it, any other day before?
Weekends I can do.
I'm available,
The 9th,
yes.
9? Okay. See what we can come up with for the 11th.
I'm gonna be here the 11th, if that's okay.
Okay.
You guys can go
Well, if we don't have consensus though, then we're gonna need you
in. Sure.
to
Tie.
break the tie for us, yes, exactly. Okay, great, so, we have on the, agenda for the 11th, interview assistant chief updates. All right, anything else for fire?
so, trustee Bullard, if I suggest that we bring the 2 candidates in on the 11th, you're okay with that?
And it can be after the 11th, we would meet with them, obviously.
But well, what I was asking is if you want it on the 11th.
The second round of interviews on the 11th, yeah, I'm fine with that, are you okay with that?
But you can't come then, can you?
Yeah.
But he will have already interviewed,
Right.
so,
Okay. I have a plan.
all right, we like it, all right.
This is before require my presence for me. Mr. Willard, did you have a question for the fire department?
Trustee Willard, didn't you have a question for the fire department that you were meaning to ask?
Yeah, one of the things we were looking at was snowplow wise. Some of the guys, some of the firemen had expressed an interest in being able to plow snow.
CDL or not CDL required?
Pardon?
Is it requiring a CDL or not? Or what?
But we've got a
Potentially
truck without a CDL, and that's probably what we would use. And the two road guys both have CDLs, so two of the trucks can be CDL. Actually, three of the road guys have CDLs, so we're okay with them if they've got a CDL or not.
Right.
And what we were thinking of doing was trying to put together a plan that made sense. If we could use them and that fits and all that, but if you're totally against it,
I'm not.
you know. So
I think there's probably
just wanted to,
questions and details, but yeah.
we're in a kind of a pilot program to figure out what would make sense, and
Right.
we got the 1,500-hour thing, we got several things to work out details on.
I know historically, in a lot of townships, that was something that was utilized.
Mhm.
I know including here at one point. So,
Yeah, and we would like to have the guys, they would become familiar with roads, and it's just more familiarity.
I can put out, kind of a survey to see what kind of interest we have.
Let me send, Jesse your way, and you two guys work on something, I'll get in the middle of it at some point,
Perfect.
okay?
Wonderful, thank you.
But coordinate with Jesse.
I will indeed. May I be dismissed then?
Yes, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Have a
Appreciate you.
good evening.
You
I
too.
hope you guys get out of here at a reasonable hour.
I'm gonna start increasing the pace of, some of the items I specifically got chosen.
So it'll only take a couple hours more?
Fiscal officer items, October bank statement,
Balanced.
wonderful. Electronic payment, dental and vision coverage increase for 2024.
She received an email from Jeffrey LeCron, and basically the vision is at a rate hold, but the dental was a 6.5 increase. He got it down to, and it's across the board, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He got it down to 4% instead of the 6.5. Given past rate stability, I think it's a good option. That communication is below. My suggestion is to have the trustees approve this and keep this coverage in force as is with a 4% increase. When the medical renewal comes around in May, I can review Anthem dental options or others that may provide some rate benefit or discount on the medical premium by bundling the ancillary lines.
Was the suggestion from Jesse, or from Jeff, or from Claudia?
It was
From Jeff.
From Jeff.
Okay.
I think it's a good suggestion. Do we need to take any action other than just approving the increase? Do we need to notify the union or do anything with respect to that?
It's not,
It does say there's a little red blurb. The group hasn't had an increase on dental since inception in 2019. However, underwriting is interested in partnering and has lowered the increase to 4%. This is a $33 monthly increase overall. With a continuous rate passes and guarantee, we need an increase to continue. That's from the company to continue to make the case healthy.
Okay.
But then he recommends that, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
so the answer's no.
Okay. Would you like to bring forward a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the principal dental and vision coverage increase for 2024. And the amount of, I'll let you fill that in.
Like the 4%. Okay.
So moved.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Any discussion? All right, please call roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
The good news, thank you. The good news is that in May, we can revisit revisit it with Anthem and see if we can bundle it together to get it down.
And we can talk to him when he's here.
Yeah, in fact, we should have him join us probably in January or February for the meeting. I think that'd be great.
He always enjoys my company.
Yes, I gather that much, yes.
Goes both ways.
Tell him thank you, or have Claudia send thanks to for him compiling that information. All right, moving to trustee items, mowing contract, we are good on that, right? That's coming with the snowplow next meeting?
Yeah, it'll come with the snowplow, or you can give me the ability to move forward with it. You know what the rates are.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. And I was gonna ask for, the same sort of thing for trade bill paperwork, get that out of the way. For the PUCO and the stuff that needs to be filed, keep us legal. For the ability to get that paperwork, keep that paperwork moving. It's up to you guys.
What's the wish of the board?
I'll stay out of it.
Okay, I just need to know what we would be approving
Okay,
for Trey Bell.
the pony mowing contract,
Pony mowing's fine.
okay, and the pony, snowplow contract, those two things.
Yeah, but those you'll bring back anyway,
Okay,
but yeah, move forward with those,
Yeah.
please.
That's fine.
Each year we need to sign papers with the PUCO saying that Trayville can, it's a continuation of the contracts we already got in place. And that's not rate changes, not just setting the new rates, not doing any of that sort of
It's
stuff.
them acting as authorized representatives for, okay.
Is that for a year?
Or
Is that for 1 year?
it's for 1 year, you can, yeah, it's a 1 year contract.
Okay,
But they've got it, but there's clauses in it that actually extend it, but it's a 1 year contract.
okay, move to authorize trustee Bullard to, represent, the board in, executing a 1 year only contract related to, PUCO and Trey Bell's and Township's interests.
Sorry,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard, discussion. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Abstain.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
yes,
I do want us to, I'm not saying explore other options or anything like that. I really liked some of the recent, ways that we've approached, because there's a lot of residents inquiries, there's a lot of questions, and I've been pleased with the way that we have been working through some of those inquiries, some of the communication.
It's improved.
Yes, and it's a good improvement, and I'd like to continue some of those efforts related to Township's voice in those letters a bit, what we can do with the
I
letters.
would agree.
And so we might need to have some of those discussions a little bit further in advance of the mailings going out, and some of those items next year.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay, anything else with regard to pony contract mowing?
no,
All right. Next is, okay, so this is just an FYI, the Senate Select Committee on Housing. I don't know if you gentlemen saw the OTA legislative alert come out a couple weeks ago, but there was some concerning information from OTA with respect to township zoning specifically. As you know, for example, recently the referendum percentage was increased, and the committee description said the committee's purpose is to make recommendations to solve the housing shortage in Ohio. They will be issuing recommendations to the legislature at the conclusion of hearing potentially resulting in legislative changes for political subdivisions. Some topics discussed before the committee include a statewide zoning plan or zoning implementation in areas where there is currently none. Those changes would significantly impact townships, whether they have zoning now or not. The committee plans to hold 3 more traveling hearings before giving out recommendations. We want to ensure townships have a voice in this process moving forward. As the committee is still waiting to announce its next hearings, please consider making your voice heard. If you're interested in testifying or submitting testimony on behalf of your township, please contact Kyle Brooks. I reached out to the Vice President of the Delaware County Township Association, Trustee Vaughn, and asked for clarification.
Trustee who?
Vaughn?
Right?
Yeah.
I
and
thought you
asked
said
for-
bond and not bond, but I heard
yeah.
it at the same time.
I asked for clarification. She called Kyle Brooks, and indeed, it does seem that there is a large contingency of those who represent developer interests in looking at township zoning and making state level sweeping changes. And so I think we need to get out in front of it. I've heard, for example, discussions to the effect of, well, Ohio is one of the only states that still allows township to have zoning.
So who does it then? Is it the county?
State ends up setting it. County implements too. There's different, and I haven't even had the opportunity to look into the verification of that fact, so would be very interested, but this group seems to be guiding towards a distinct disempowerment of township representation for zoning.
If that implements it, the legislators are gonna hear it from all the residents.
Let me add to that.
They didn't with the referendum percentage increase.
Yeah, but that's different.
Yeah.
Adding to it, I was at the Morrison meeting on Thursday last week, and they had a special session an hour and a half earlier. And I went to the earlier session, and that was talking about living conditions and that sort of stuff. But basically, the presentation was by a lady, and she was identifying quality of life and that sort of thing, and identifying work centers or activity centers was what she called those. And the activity centers and trying to balance them out so they were equal amongst the activity centers. And she laid an awful lot of problems at the foot of zoning. Zoning was blamed for an awful lot of the problems that we have today.
For what kind of problems?
All kinds of problems. So whether it be
Not allowing activities.
not allowing activities, not allowing jobs, not allowing the density of housing, not allowing people to live where they want to live because it costs too much to live there. That the zoning causes prices to go up because it requires too much land to have the housing there. And it was aimed toward affordable housing and all that sort of stuff. It was a very direct attack on zoning, but it was also an attack on other things too. But trying to create jobs, trying to get police protection, making communities safe, and that sort of stuff. But there was a lot of things attached to zoning.
Well, I think we just need to be mindful. I mean, certainly the idea of solving for housing shortages should be on our minds. Affordability should be on our minds. The biggest housing shortage for this county is going to be the aging population in the 55 plus community, which is anticipated to grow by over 20% in the next 10 years. We are at a deficit at a county of being able to accommodate that community.
Right, and I think that's why we made the zoning changes that we did, so that
Exactly.
it addressed those issues.
And I think that integrating that within the business park and some of the spaces and addressing those shortages It's a really important piece of what we did with the
Because
business.
we made Evans Farm much smaller.
And Evans
lots.
Farms,
So,
yeah.
so we've addressed, now I do assume that there are some townships that haven't done that.
Mhm.
But I feel good about what we've accomplished.
My point wasn't over the specifics of the complaint, but my point was directed. And what I took away from the meeting was it was a direct slam at the zoning that exists in Ohio. It wasn't just townships, it was cities, it was townships,
okay,
it was
interesting.
everywhere. And the activity centers went out and covered a lot of different areas.
So they're wanting to take away the zoning from cities as well?
Or,
Are they wanting to take away zoning from cities as well?
The distinct impression was they want it to be controlled by the state.
So they may regret what they wished for,
oh, absolutely.
because the legislature changes, and so every 2 years, you're gonna have a different zoning map.
Yeah. Well, the hope is that they wouldn't, yeah, so I wanted to
that
put
is
this
the
on,
reality.
yeah, and I wanted to put this on you guys' radar because, I think it's important enough that we'll bring it up in DCTA. But if, I will plan on testifying too and talking through this more because, really what it comes down to is if the people are the ones who vote in the zoning, if the people are the ones who vote in trustees, if the people are the ones who vote to have a referendum on the ballot and vote for it, then who are you taking zoning away from?
Exactly.
There's-
So do you know what?
Where the issue originates is in Washington with the Obama administration, which they did exactly what they were saying years ago, same thing, same stuff, which is laid an awful lot of blame at the foot of zoning and the densities and the stuff that we're.
Well, we're not even talking about the federal level, but this is a movement by, it sounded like private development to try to change the state legislature and what our capacities and abilities are to do what they want to
The
do.
one that I was talking about was a government agency.
Yeah.
And so what I think has happened is, what both of you are saying is true. The developers are piggybacking on what the feds had done because it's in their
That's correct.
short-term best interest. But I don't think it's in their long-term best interest.
In what way do you think?
No,
Well, because the legislature will change,
Yeah.
and then it will change, and then they can't change it back. They can't go to this entity or that entity. It's gonna be statewide. They're gonna have a mess.
Careful what you ask for, that's for
Yeah.
sure. Okay, thank you for allowing me to provide that update and certainly keep you posted if I hear anything. Parks and Trails resignation. Kalinda Lucas has resigned effective October 23rd. Move to accept with regret the resignation of Kalinda Lucas and declare the position vacant at this time.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion. Please call roll.
O'Reilly,
Yes,
Bullard,
yes,
O'Brien.
yes.
she did an exceptional job on the board and will be missed. OTA conference, pre-registration has opened up. I plan on attending the conference. I believe Jake indicated he plans on attending the conference. Do either of you gentlemen plan on?
What's the
attending?
last date that you can,
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue.
well, if I don't meet the early deadline, then exclude me, but I don't know yet.
Well, we could always approve you to go, and then if you don't register,
Okay, let's do that.
if you think you might.
Well, if I am not going to go, if I'm not sure that I'm going to go, I will not register and waste the township's.
Right, okay. But we can approve you to
Right,
go.
understood.
And do you plan on going?
be on the side.
You're gonna be out of town, okay.
They
Jessica's
backed it
gonna
up in February.
Oh my gosh. AJ asked me in there, did they already talk about the OTA conference?
Okay.
I don't know if he was interested or.
Well, he might be because he's in fire chief's
We
school.
should authorize, Jesse, Tim Floor, AJ, and, Jacob to all be able to attend, should they so desire.
Let's see.
And they don't have to sign up for all 4 days or all, how many days you could do. That's appropriate to know.
And historically, do we pay also for those who want to do the luncheon on Friday? Okay. The luncheon, do we approve that for everyone too?
But it needs to be in the motion,
Yeah, that's why I'm asking that.
because if it's not in the motion, it's not approved.
Yeah. Do you want to approve them to go to the luncheon potentially on Friday as well?
Should the,
There's a,
Because if we don't, then we approve them for there is a lunch stipend that they're
Yeah.
allowed.
how much is it though? Because the lunch for that day is $35.
Well, that's why we approve that, it's whatever's in our organization.
Yeah, something like 20 or.
Whatever is there. So that's what I would suggest you put in the resolution, is that it's the amount, food is the amount that was approved in the organizational meeting with the exception of Friday, and it's at
did
$35.
we approve all of them in that meeting?
No, we haven't yet, I'm about to.
Okay,
You said Tim, Jake, Jesse, AJ.
Tim, Jesse, AJ, and Jacob.
And then
And then
that's,
us.
what about Claudia?
Who?
Claudia's not gonna wanna go, I don't think.
Claudia? Claudia could go, but she's never went.
I thought she went one time, didn't she?
Not that I know of. I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it,
I don't think she'll go.
Mhm. So, with that $35 lunch, and the OTA pre-registration amount, that brings each one to $160. So, and then that's times 7. We have to appropriate $1,120.
but how'd you get to 4 of them
3 of us.
and 2?
No.
I'm not.
He's a-
Oh, you're not there? Okay.
So you figure out 6.
Withdrawal. Mhm.
6.
Right, we have to appropriate $960 for the purposes of attending the OTA, Conference 2024 with the additional amount of, standard lunch and
I'll go next year.
gas.
I'll go next year. Thanks for asking.
Oh, sorry.
When is it?
It's February 7th, thereabouts, that week.
It's like, yeah, Wednesday through Friday, 7th, 8th, 9th. Withdrawal amendment.
If I go, I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. I don't know. I haven't got
Are you sure?
my treasurer calendar with me, so I don't know if I'll be able to go or not.
Okay,
6 through
Go
the,
ahead and vote on it.
6 through the 10th.
If I go, I'll go later.
okay, sounds
We
good.
can just stick with that.
Oh, maybe you should
Sure,
make
I'll
something.
go.
Well, she hadn't finished
I
it.
hadn't finished it, so I'll continue.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
Move to appropriate $960 for the purposes of the attendance at the OTA conference, for 10-4, Jacob Bond, Jesse Peden, AJ Miller, Ken O'Brien, and Megan Rail. That includes the lunch of, on Friday of $35, along with approval, for the standard gas and meal, allowance on the other days except Friday.
Yeah, don't forget mileage too.
I understand.
Where is it?
So moved.
Second.
Ohio Township Association.
Moved by the chair, seconded by
Where is it?
trustee O'Brien.
Pardon?
Discussion.
Where is it?
It's at the convention center downtown Columbus.
Ready? Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay. Next item is Delaware County Prosecutor Training, November 16th. I will be there.
Is this the one where they also go over open records and sunshine law?
I think they have some.
Yes, I'll be there too.
Oh, wonderful,
So, I'm going to make a motion.
okay.
I'll let you finish.
I'm gonna try to.
I don't have anything else related to the training. Are you gonna try to be there too?
I'll try to be there.
Try or will be there.
Try.
Okay, so in case you aren't, here's what I'm going to do, is I move that, Trustee Rail, who is going to attend the, prosecutor's training, which includes the open records and, sunshine law, represent Trustee Bullard and Trustee O'Brien.
Correct.
Will you second that?
Oh, second, yes.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes,
Because you know,
I know.
okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, okay, next item, annual reviews. So I just had this on here because I wanted to remind everybody to conduct the annual review with their, direct reports. I'm gonna plan on doing it by the next, trustee meeting. But I think that we said we would do it at least once a year, so it should be done at some point in time in 2024.
So mine,
Before 2024.
so mine will be like the last week in December, because that's the anniversary date of mine, but, I do want to have the board consider maybe changing the form slightly, because
Yeah.
I think it doesn't deal, a little bit with initiative,
Mhm.
and it doesn't deal, so much with timeliness. Those are two things that I'd like to have more specifically addressed.
I did feel that we introduced timeliness with your feedback last year on a number of points, but maybe we need to address it a little bit better. And then initiative certainly, and any other recommendations, because we went through the process last year. And I think we said, moving forward, we would revisit that form when we revisit the handbook. And I'd like for us to also look at the handbook by the end of this year too, so that this timing might be good. Are you comfortable using the form as it exists today? Or do you want to wait till we change the form? Since you probably can wait if you're doing it the last week of December. Okay. Did you want to have the form changed before you conducted your performance reviews? So I'm just going to use the current, because we're not addressing the form issues until
It
after.
doesn't matter, but if we're gonna change it, we're gonna change it in 2 weeks.
Yeah, or do we have a meeting on the 26th then?
Yes.
Okay. I think if we changed it on the 26th, it would be okay too.
Website currently says 27.
Yeah, 27th,
Seven.
the Wednesday. Okay.
As I stop and think about the OTA, February 10 and July 10 are bad days for people who are working in the treasurer's office.
Okay.
That's good. I'm gonna be kind of busy that week.
27th is Monday?
November
No.
27th is, but December 27th.
Yeah, December 27th. We're meeting on the Wednesday instead of on Christmas.
Right.
Okay, that'll work with that, but what I mean is, we wanna have them done before then.
Yeah, and we have to use the form as it exists today.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless we change it on December 11th.
Yeah, but I don't think we're prepared to do that because we're gonna do it when we update the handbook.
Understood.
So they need to be done before
The reviews need to be done before the end of the year.
December 27th, is that what you said?
Well, technically the 31st.
The form might be updated
Gotcha.
before then.
So do you want that on next?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you.
That'd be great, thank you.
You mean do the reviews on 27th?
No, we're gonna all do the individual reviews as liaisons. They should be done
By the 27th.
technically by the 31st if we need it, but we'll do an update on the 27th.
Okay,
Handbook updates, that goes along with the annual reviews. If there's any recommendations that you guys have, send that to me in the next couple of weeks so that we can do the annual consolidation of any feedback. I think the only thing I had was we got, the map for the direct reports was wrong in our handbook last year. And then the form and the performance review, I think we want to shape that out a little bit more. I don't think there was anything seismic we wanted to address.
No, I don't think collective bargaining will be done before then.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I hope it is.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
If we need to hold off on updating the handbook and stuff until after collective bargaining is concluded, then we probably should do that, and you should just use the form as it exists.
Because there is a purpose to wait until collective bargaining is done.
Yeah.
It's not like we're just,
Yeah, it's not that we're delaying it, yeah. Okay, admin building lunch. I think trustee board, you mentioned having lunch for the roads department, and I thought it would be good to just call it
well, they,
an admin.
Jesse was putting it together, and basically he does it for everybody.
Okay,
And so everybody can contribute, and they do and basically what it is about pizza, pop, and that sort of thing.
so I'd like for us to support that if we can make it and have a date and,
He had a date picked out, we should ask him what it was.
okay. Can he send that our way? And
Sure.
I'd like to make certain that our zoning crew is, I know that you're saying that they're included, but I want to make certain that it's kind of like a admin building lunch, you know, and be intentional about that,
that sounds good.
okay? Township hall sign, Kathy was getting quotes, there's another updates on that. Carpet cleaning quote, I sent that in the email, I think last week, that's for the cleaning of this carpet area, which needs it.
There was a quote for one.
Yeah, there's a quote, so move to approve appropriate $325 in the anticipated amount of $276.43 to Stratus, cleaning services with a special agreement dated 11/1, purposes of the cleaning department of Township Hall.
Second,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee O'Brien, discussion, please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien,
yes,
Rayo.
Yes. Okay, moving on, regional planning, available furniture.
I like that one chair.
I mean, there was some cool stuff on there. My rule, similar to my own home, we don't bring anything in unless we're taking something out. So, so the desk needs to go before we bring in a desk. A chair needs to go before we bring in a chair. We are very space restricted, so if you guys want to get anything, I'm totally open to that. As long as we have.
I have no objection, I'm not gonna go get it.
The one things that looked good to me was the drawing cabinets, you know, for the zoning department. I don't see anybody else needs those. But, just keeping, being able, because when you look in there, the way they got the drawing storage kind of.
Yeah, I like that. I thought that looked good.
Those look good, and, the one table really looked good, but it was small.
I know that one table did look good. I thought it looked even better than this one, but I think the dimensionality would work.
But it looked small to me.
So do you want to get the cabinet or do you not? It doesn't
Well,
matter.
the cabinets are, but you're the zoning person, I just want to say they look good.
Okay.
And then if you want them, we'll put them in there, but, that was just where we. I think you should talk it over with everybody.
Yeah, I can ask Kathy. I mean, we're bursting at the seams in there, so it's hard to imagine where we would have it stored.
Mhm.
But I guess it's, I don't know.
If you take something out.
Let me check with Kathy and see. Thank you for bringing that up. Zoning Department October report, that was included.
21
Yeah.
houses.
Yeah, yeah. that was included in our mailboxes there,
That's
so.
one of the biggest months we've ever had.
Except for we're going to have it surpassed in November.
Already? Wow.
The greenery came in the 17th.
Okay. Zoning resolution update. So wanted to give you gentlemen an update. Jerry Valentine has been working very hard on making changes to our zoning resolution in accordance with what we said. We approved the comp land use plan. Now the next thing was the zoning resolution and become harmonious with the two texts. He's gotten a lot of great feedback from zoning already. It's with Scott Sanders. We had a number of conversations as a board with things that we would like to see updated. I did have the chance to share those items with Jerry as well. So the hope is that it will thoughtfully integrate, at least for this first round, at collective feedback. From the ARB, from the zoning commission, from the board's feedback related to the comp land use plan before.
So one of the concerns that I have, where I'm going to backtrack as it dovetails with this on the bike trail, is they wanted us to change our zoning, and I wasn't really comfortable with that.
Oh, I liked that.
I thought you would, but
Well, because it was the conversation related to the Berlin Business Park, and specifically, and it was saying how, you know, how the BZC said artillery and local, well, they said that language is too vague.
Okay, I'm not opposed to that. It's
Okay.
the section that they talked about, every district be required.
Oh, okay. I don't know that I saw that language exactly, so I'll go back and look. Yeah.
Just know I'm opposed to
Yeah,
it.
got
But that doesn't mean it couldn't be required in more districts.
Yeah, sure. Or in accordance with the prioritization
Yeah.
as we've established it,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, okay.
We
Yeah.
can do it, yes. Because it goes to my thought, if it's not gonna be used, I don't want to require it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point.
Okay.
With that update to the zoning resolution, one of the major challenges I think that we're going to encounter is, I think we need to have a legal review of the document
Oh, yes.
before we adopt it. And I think it would be appropriate
I know where you're headed.
to have that go to potentially outside representation for our township to expedite the process, and also have somebody who has, you know, many decades collectively with township zoning experience and some of the legalities, and can wordsmith and fine tune that language in the way that we want it. So with that said, I wanted to see it, what the board's appetite is for getting allocated some funding to send it to Brochus and Greg's to review and turn that around between the time that it goes from the BZC to before we consider it, or before the BZC approves it. Thoughts?
You had me on the positive, but I'm not overly keen on Brochus and Griggs.
Well, and I was prepared for this, so I want you to know that I was. So, Brochus and Griggs, I have some concerns about ancillary to their expertise and knowledge with respect to understanding the loopholes that sometimes builders can take with the liberality of the language.
Understood.
And so when I add that together with the fact of the process of elimination of who out there might have a better understanding of Berlin Township and the Delaware County area's zoning challenges, can you give me a name other than Brochus and Briggs that is better position, not in a conflict of interest, and as capable.
Are you sure they don't have conflict of interest?
No, I'm not sure. They might, but they haven't historically in working with us.
So maybe they should have to answer that question before they.
Oh, they would need to anyway.
And the second thing is,
But can you name another?
I know, that's why I was prepared for this as well.
Okay.
But, I would also want to know who would be doing the majority of the actual work.
That was gonna, if you are amenable to them as a law firm, then that would be the second question.
Well, I would want to find that out before it was amenable, because I'd want to know who it is that was actually doing the work.
So, for example, there's, of course, Pete, and then there's Jennifer, Jennifer has historically done some of the major trainings. And those are the only two that I would be comfortable with.
So I would want to see a documentation of who was actually going to do the work.
Well, I guess you're going at it a little bit of a different angle to me, and I want to understand if you, like, are there people that you would want to work with specifically from that office? Because then I can
No,
acquire that.
no, but I want to research the person they name.
Okay. So if we were gonna take this route, hey, we're interested in potentially having you do this, who would be available to do it on these dates? And then give us the name, assuming there's no conflict of interest, and then we'll get back to you. Are you okay with that approach? Are you okay with us using outside counsel?
I think in order to get it accomplished,
Well, the other thing is I think, like I've said before, our current assistant prosecutor is very thorough.
yeah, but he's overworked to get it done in a timely fashion.
Exactly. So to me, it's, let's get this part done
Well,
and approve it, and then, hey, we can give it to them.
Yeah.
We can give it to the prosecutors
Right.
and say, review this, and we can make updates in 6 months to a year.
So one of the concerns, let me phrase it this way. One of the things that I want to have accomplished is somebody to work on it thoroughly in a short period of time, so they don't get distracted and the harmoniousness gets lost.
Yeah.
Because if they work on a piecemeal, they
Yeah.
won't remember, in this section it says, it's a major minor, and in this section it says major
It's-
minor that's in conflict.
It's bad.
So,
It's so
but
bad.
I want them to know that we will be very angry if it is not harmonious.
Yeah. Consistent. Yeah. I feel that I can effectively convey that.
Where you pick it as a term?
Brochus and Griggs.
Pete?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I wanna get who would specifically work with us, if they even can. I don't know that they can. But I wasn't even gonna reach out to them unless you guys were comfortable with taking that next step. So I'll reach out to them, I'll get who would be available to work with, and
And you can discuss our overall arching goals, which, but that they are going to be judged on having it be harmonious, and that they are actually,
well, it's a language review. I mean, we actually have a couple of residents that have gone through and fixed even their grammar in an impressive way.
well, that is critical, because we lost a case because of a comma versus a semicolon.
I remember this,
And
yes.
so it may seem like, no, but it's not, no,
It's
it's
not.
critical.
Well, so we will have a very nice document between Scott Sanders and the work that BZC is doing, and Jerry, and, I'm confident we'll have a good document. Where I'm less confident is I need them to button up that legal language.
The loophole, and you're gonna convey that.
And that is the most critical part. I mean, you don't need to tell us, you don't need to make a recommendation on whether or not we should do 1 step or 2 step.
Right.
You need to tell us where the potential loopholes are and close up that language,
Right.
so.
Because we want it to be fair to everybody,
Absolutely.
and that it says what it means.
Means what it says. There you go. Okay. So, do you guys need to authorize me or do you? I'm
Well,
not
because
submitting
you're
it
bringing
by
some stuff
Yeah.
to us before we take action, so I think you can feel free to do
Okay.
that.
Just let us know what we're.
I just didn't want to move forward without you guys' consensus. All right, deed restrictions for Pirate Road.
That was mine.
Okay.
So if you recall, Pirate Road, which is the name of the subdivision, which we could have come up with a little more distinctive name. They were.
Oh, that's the name of the subdivision?
Yes, that's the name of the subdivision, Pirate Road.
Okay, cool.
That
It's clear.
they, they said that within 60 days of approval, that they would give to us the deed restriction. Remember that it's either
Oh, okay.
Doctor's
I know
office
what
or-
development you're, yeah.
either a doctor's office or childcare or a dentist.
Yep,
And that was to be to us within 60 days. I haven't seen it, and I don't know if they've sent
Yeah,
that to zoning yet or not.
I'll follow up with Jake.
Because I think it's critical that that not slide, because
Yes, yeah.
that's what happened to the Seminole property, and then it was like,
Okay,
because I do not want that to turn into a gas station.
I'll make certain that Jake follows up with that. Yeah, got it.
That's why I put R3 here, was because.
Thank you.
Otherwise you say, why is the Pirate Road under zoning?
I was thinking of that. I don't even know, but that's,
Do you want the zoning resolution and the deed restrictions on for next meeting?
yeah.
Both.
Yeah.
Or a marijuana store.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
After having
Moving
approved-
on.
Right next
After having approved it the other day, there's gonna be a bunch of those.
Okay, yeah.
Right across from the middle school.
Future meetings,
Oh,
We have a meeting with Doug on Thursday.
right?
I was just gonna update on the one that I went to.
Which one?
The old Tangy.
Key communicators.
Yes.
Yeah, how did it go?
Well, they weren't really listening to us, they were telling us, and so they were communicating to us about the levy. That's what it was.
Okay.
They are going to build 5 schools. That's their intent, and to go onto the ballot in March. But what's important to us is where are they? So, my understanding is, and I'm not sure I totally have this correct, but their intent is to build a high school and elementary on Clarkshaw. And that they're going to build an elementary that is similar to Hyatt's and Liberty Tree, and attach that to Berkshire.
Okay.
And then later, so I got the impression they really need 3 schools. That they're gonna go to levy for 5. And the next 2 would be on the property behind my house, which would be another Hyatt Liberty Tree kind of combination of a middle school and elementary.
Could be a little more challenging for them this time because of being so close to the reevaluation of taxes.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of conflating factors here. You know, why is the growth happening? Why is the demand there when it wasn't projected to be there? Yeah.
But I do believe this is where things get peculiar. I do believe they need at least 2 schools. If they don't get 2 schools, they're gonna be in trouble. So what do you do when you have 5 schools on the back?
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't that the reason why they put 5 on? So, okay, well, thank you for that update, and thank you for your representation on that committee.
I found it helpful that I was there from Berlin. Scott Donaldson was there from Liberty. Erica Faust was there from Orange. Renee Vaughn was there from, Genoa. And you're gonna have to help me with his name, from Concord, not Joe and not Amy.
Not Sandra, or
That-
Concord, not Joe, and, okay.
He's
Jenna.
humorous and he's bald-headed.
Is that Kevin?
Was Kevin Hennessy there, or?
No, the two townships that were not represented was Delaware and Berkshire. And the way, when I mentioned that to them, to the school, I wondered if they had been invited.
Wonder.
But Delaware City was represented, and, I believe Powell was represented. Sunbury was not represented, and, who else was not? McCombs. But it was, you know how you learn things before and after meetings. It was a good meeting for that.
Mm-hmm. Good. Parks and Trails Wednesday. Follow-up conversation with Joe Thomas soon. Delaware County Regional Planning. The meeting time will not be changing anytime soon. So that really will be good. There was some good township feedback and engagement with respect to the change of that. And I think that's it. I feel like I'm forgetting a meeting that's coming up.
Was there any major things done at regional planning?
There's a Delaware County Township Association meeting coming up.
Okay.
And I'll be there too.
I forgot the date, but we all got memos on
Good.
it. And,
I think that's it for future meetings. Late items? Late item?
I'm ready for adjournment.
Well, I have a late item. No, actually, I can wait. I'm thinking that we probably need to talk a little bit more about the zoning, and what we want to do on some particular aspects. But that will take some time. I did post the cell tower update on the website. Did you see that? Okay, so I have that posted. Did you see that?
I heard about it, yes.
Did you see what I posted?
No.
Okay, so you guys had authorized me to post that. I should probably know the content.
Well, I knew the draft and I assume it's fairly.
Yeah, it's very similar.
So I'm well aware of the draft.
Okay, And then-
We're all versed in the subject.
and then, I also posted, the Berlin Business Park updates. I spoke with Monica Connors and, discussed us presenting the different reasonings for where we're at and why we're there. And they have a little bit of a different audience. They're more in the sales side of things. So we coordinated on the facts, but what I posted is only our representation of the facts as a township, and our facts align with their facts, but their facts are more, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, like, here's all the progress we've made,
Right.
you know? And then, so that update is there as well, and I did speak with Dean Narciso from the dispatch very briefly. And I mentioned that I was gonna put out this document, so I sent it to him when it was ready. And I haven't heard from him, so I don't know if there's anything more to be said about that article at this point in time. But I think we've responded and done everything we can in the way that we can.
Now, going back to one of the things that you said about the additions to the zoning resolution, one district that people have asked me about, and it's kind of odd, but like it seems like A1 does not really have a whole lot, and it really needs to state density, et cetera. There's, it's just,
A1,
and there's only one parcel, I think, that has that designation, but regardless, there should be standards that,
yeah. There should be standards for all of it. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
and I'm not saying what they should be, I'm just saying there should be something.
Great, thank you, and please do review what I put on the website, because it's our position as a board. So if there's anything that you guys take exception to, I don't think so, because we talked about it. But if there is anything, I wanna make sure that it accurately reflects what you guys feel that it should represent as a board.
Understood.
All right, anything else?
I move to adjourn.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Bullard, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
I think I'm gonna.
Great. Another successful meeting. We got, let's see, 5:30.
I'm gonna head home and have supper.
Now,